Языковые дорожки сейчас появятся через несколько минут. Сейчас у нас зайдут все переводчики, мы их назначим, и, Юрий, у вас появится все. Если что, вы знаете, куда писать.
Леш, ну меня можно назначать.
Да, меня тоже, у меня всё.
Я вас... Так. А где C1 я не вижу.
Я переименовался.
А, вот, есть, да. Все, сейчас сделаю. Так, рад подтвердить, что синхронный перевод работает. Можно проверить каналы. Михаил, поговори, пожалуйста, в английский канал. А, Роман тогда в русский. Роман в русский, Михаил в английский. Михаила слышу в английском. В русском канале слышу Романа. А я буду типа спикером, и автоматически меня должно быть слышно в китайском канале. Как будто я спикер Китая.
open more and more places.
Hopefully.
Yeah, just to keep safe and happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And enjoy Crypto Summit.
Yes. Oh yeah, we fixed everything at the last moment. It was wonderful. It was so wonderful to work with Marina and with Nikita and with you guys.
Yeah,
I
Nikita
really enjoyed it.
is an expert in mining and doing very like top level offline events, and now for him it's also the first time the online thing is going on. So basically, okay, we're opening up. Nikita is saying that we're opening up.
Okay.
We're on air. Can I start? Nikita, please give me a sign. Waiting for Nikita's sign. He's almost like a god for me because he's administrating all this thing.
I'm excited.
Yeah, and 3, 2, 1. Okay, hopefully we are on air, or it seems like we are getting the speed and being on air in some seconds. I'm getting some feedback from our organizers. Hopefully you guys can already hear me, and our visitors can already hear my voice and maybe even see me. I'm getting the feedback that, yeah, we are open right now. Perfect. So welcome everyone. Good day to you, or good evening. It depends on where you're actually situated. And welcome here on the Terra Crypto conference, which is dedicated to the digital mining and discussion of the latest developments in this area. Today, we will see and hear a lot of good mentions and opinions of the mining industry. We'll talk about the halving issue, how to remain profitable. We will also talk about the markets in Asia, CIS, both Americas, and the rest of the world. We'll also touch upon the reinvestment of assets. So, and right now I would like to give the floor and welcome the founder of Terra Crypto Forum, Nikita, and the co-organizer of the conference, Pefi. So the floor is all yours, guys.
Thank you. So Nikita, I'll go first, okay? Okay, as Nikita didn't answer, then I'll go first. First, welcome everyone to join our Terra Crypto party. And actually, we prepared for almost 2 months. We even started during the COVID-19 period. And there was lots of stories. But now we are very excited to have you all here to support us and to share stories with the audience from worldwide. And now we are doing broadcasting through several channels and in multiple languages such as English, Russian, and Chinese. I wish you all can enjoy it and wish you all can get some knowledge or information you need from our activity. Thank you. Enjoy.
Really very nice words. Thank you for that. I don't know if Nikita, maybe he will talk a little bit later, so I'll just go on with that. So thank you very much. I just want to thank me personally. I want to thank the organizers for bringing us here today. I would also thank our top sponsors, which are BTC.com, MineBest, Via BTC, and CoinEx. Our gold sponsors are RRMine, CryptoProcessing.com, and our silver sponsor, Ukpool. You can learn more about these companies, which I have just mentioned above, on Terra Crypto website. So, over the past week, the mining world has undergone many interesting changes. We have seen new pools, The ratings of some companies have changed places. Today, I would like to discuss all of the above directly with the representatives of each of these companies. So to find out how they manage and what innovations they introduce in order to stay afloat and attract new users and miners. So don't forget to subscribe to Terra Crypto social networks to follow all our today's developments. And let me introduce you our first speaker today. Eddie Yang, the floor is yours. I hope you're already here. Yes,
I'm here. Thank you, George.
Cool. The floor is all yours. Have a nice presentation.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone, and nice to meet you guys online. I'm Eddie from the VIA-BTC group, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to share my knowledge at this conference. So, what I want to share with you today is the impact of halving on mining and our suggestions for industry players. So first, please allow me to give a brief introduction of our company. Actually, VIA-BTC is not only a mining pool. VIA-BTC group has a business layout across the cryptocurrency ecosystem. So we have four main services, respectively, VIA-BTC mining pool, VIA Wallet, and Coinbase Exchange and Coinbase Chain. Among them, the VIA-BTC group, I think you guys all know that it is a mining pool, and we have now has over 6,000 P hash rates in BTC, ranking 6th in the world, and it's also the second largest Bitcoin Cash mining pool. VIA Wallet has supported more than 10 mainstream currencies. And what I want to mention about is Coinbase. Coinbase is an exchange, and it has runs for more than 2 years, safe and sound, serving more than 1 million users in over 100 countries worldwide, and managing digital assets of more than $300 US. So our products and services covering sports, perpetual contracts, and other derivatives trading. In addition, we have already developed and launched the Coinbase Chain, a public chain dedicated to that decentralized exchange. So now let's focus on mining. So as we can see, within the 48 hours after the halving on May the 12th, Bitcoin's hash rate across the network dropped by nearly 30%. So it means a larger number of mining machines will, with lower power efficiency, have been shut down, like S9 or the same generation as S9. So also the average block generation interval has increased to 30 minutes from 7.5 minutes. So in my opinion, this halving, different from the previous tool, will have a large impact on the entire industry. A growing number of people began to know Bitcoin and enter the cryptocurrency industry after the bull market in 2017. So no matter in investment or mining, so the number has grown at least tenfold after the previous two halvings. So let's first take a look at the impact of the different links of the mining industry. From its upstreams and downstreams, the whole mining industry can be divided into electricity provider, mining farms, mining machine manufacturers, and also the mining pools. So it can divide it into 4 parts. So first, miners, as you can see, miners undoubtedly prefer places with cheap electricity, you know. So VIA-BTC have joined the Cambridge University to work out a research report on the global mining industry, and maybe we can see on the Cambridge website that the global distribution of hash rate maybe over 60% was in China, and step after is the United States and Russia. So according to the above figures and charts, So areas with lower energy costs, such as China, maybe Russia, are preferred. We also see that China's regulations about mining are gradually relaxing. So it is more friendly to mining. So this is a good news, I think. It's very good news for miners to obtain compliant, stable, and low-cost electricity energies. So later, let's take another look at the mining machines manufacturer. In this, I think technology is still the core competitiveness for the mining machines. So now, Bitmain and Watch Miners are leaders in these areas. They have created 7 nanometers and 8 nanometers mining chips, respectively. And there is also rooms for optimization. In addition, according to Moore's law, and I know that the 5 nanometers mining chip is on the way, especially in Bitmain. They are doing the R&D. So maybe it's on the way, maybe not long later. So 5 nanometers, they will launch the 5 nanometers mining machines. So I think only the mining machine with a power efficiency lower than 50 will have a margin of safety after halving. So if you want to do more invest in mining, buy the machines, do remember to consider buy a machine that have the power efficiency lower than 50. So next, the halving comes as a big blow to mining farm, in my opinion. Why? Because the first issue is the load redundancy. We can see that in 2018 and 2019, countless mining farms were built in China, even across the world. So it makes for a surge in loads and capacities. However, on the other hand, mining machine manufacturers have been faced with capacity shortage since 2019. So, and in 2020, affected by COVID-19, so I think they are struggling to resume the capacity. So as a result, many mining farms are left redundant. And secondly, mining farms need higher requirements for operations and maintenance. So before the halving, driven by considerable revenues from mining, the mining farms were roughly constructed and operated. But the revenue have declined, after halving. So mining farms have to be more efficient and in operation and maintenance. More effort in this are needed. So what is the let's pay to come to the what the impact on mining pool, especially like we are a mining pool operator. So I think actually the mining pool have felt the pinch directly after halving. That's because coins which serves as the source of their incomes have been halved. Moreover, miners have the demands for fine management of mining to meet their needs. So mining pools need to provide more functions and services. Otherwise, they will lose users and market shares. So in general, after halving, the entire mining industry will become larger and more professional and more refined. So in addition, the decline in revenue after halving will reduce risk fluctuations miners can withstand. So the mining industry and financial products will get closer to each other as a way of hedging against such risks like the price fluctuation of Bitcoin, And in response to this, the YBTC mining pool has been well prepared because we have exchange actually. So we have upgraded our product functions and services, and to make our exchange functions completely open to the mining pool. So we are able to deliver one-stop services from mining to financial transactions. This is a big feature of VIA-BTC and CoinExchange. So VIA-BTC have always focused on product innovation. So we are the first mining pool in the world to create the PPS plus revenue methods. So based on insights into the future needs of mining, we have introduced financial services into our mining pools. With the wallet, we have wallet embedded in the in the mining pool app. So users can store, deposit, or withdraw their revenues. They can also transfer their assets to the coin exchange at any time and free of charge. So VIP users of the mining pool can also enjoy VIP privilege on Coinix exchange with higher discounts in transaction fees. So it is worth mentioning that our exchange can run normally without KYC. But of course, if you do KYC, you can get a higher privilege. So in addition, we have also added an exchange function to the mining pool wallet. With it, so users can exchange the mined cryptocurrencies for other cryptocurrencies at any time. So to help miners manage risk of the Bitcoin price fluctuations, so we launched the hedging services. Users can choose the settlement methods based on their old conditions and settle at any time. And in the end, we also plan to launch a mining resource sharing platform where peers in the industry can negotiate for cooperation. So besides, we have rolled out a small mining services that can bring our users more mining revenues. Apart from the above mentioned upgrades and product functions, we have also improved our customer services. First of all, we will set up office in Russia and North American and other regions so that we can respond to users' needs in a timely manner. So secondly, we will make all our data services more transparent as there are more funds step into mining, so which needs to regularly issue investment incomes to investors. So mining pools are faced with higher requirements for data services. We have done a lot in this area. So we can provide fund managers with comprehensive investor-oriented analysis reports. And they can choose a daily or monthly income reports. Furthermore, our mining pool, after upgrade, can distribute revenues on an hourly basis and provide a detailed list of our income distribution. So making incomes more transparent. So besides, to serve the needs of fund users, we also offer one-click custody and sharing mining accounts. So I think after halving, the situation is changed for this industry. The halving will make the competition more fierce in mining. So I think early changes and preparations will gain you more first mover advantage. This is what I want to share about today. So that's all for today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. It was really enlightening. You have really covered a lot, especially when you were speaking about the new products and your expansion plans. So I just want to remind our listeners and our viewers that DIBTC is the world Bitcoin mining pool, one of the most biggest ones. It provides professional and stable mining services with very low fees. So thank you very much for your time. I'm already receiving some questions from the audience. So a lot of people are asking for your presentation because there was not a screen share put on. But let me assure you that Eddie will send the presentation to us, and you will all get all these presentations in Telegram, in Facebook, in all the groups that Terra Crypto Summit has. So basically, no worries, guys. You will have all these figures that Eddie has mentioned on your laptop right after the conference.
Sure.
The question that I'm receiving right now, can you please say a few words about the power efficiency threshold of 50?
Okay. So I think, for this stage, the hash rate of Bitcoin rise gradually. So that means more machines are putting into use So I think the hash rate will grow in the next few months, especially now is we call it the flooding period in China. So the electricity is very cheap. So we can imagine that the hash rate will grow maybe by 50% or higher. So in these circumstances, I think you need to buy the more advanced machines. But for the power efficiency machines, which is higher than 50, I think the ratio of the electricity cost from the revenue is too high. So you will not make profits in the long term. Yes.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. I'll just remind to the guys who have just joined our event right now that it was Eddie Yang, the CMO of VIA BTC and also COO of Coinex. We were talking about the influences on mining after Bitcoin halving. And I'll just remind you that VIA BTC and Coinex are parts of a single ecosystem, and which the first company provides a very, very big mining pool. And the second, Coinex, is an exchange platform. Plus, Eddie has said a few words about their wallets and the centralized Coinex chain network. So thank you very much once again for your time, Eddie. And well, hope to see you soon, maybe in offline conferences.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you. Thank you, George. Thank you.
Cheers. And here we go to the next speaker today. Our next speaker is Petr Tolchinsky, the SVP and Business Development of Minebest. He will talk about the Bitcoin 2020, the post-halving case studies and predictions. Let me remind you that Minebest is an infrastructure company specializing in cryptographic computing. The main activity, of course, is mining. They are creating data centers designed to provide hosting. So, hello, Peter. How are you doing?
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
I think, yes, we all can hear you. Please do not forget to share your screen so everyone could see the presentation which you will be giving us today. The floor is yours, Peter.
I will do it right now. Oh, you have to enable my screen sharing, please, okay? Because it's disabled for now.
Our tech team is already working on it, just making it sure, and it will be available just in a few seconds. Available?
I can do it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's, yeah, cool.
Yes. Okay, great.
So the floor is yours.
The floor is mine. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here at the Terra Crypto Conference. My name is Petr Tolchinsky. It's quite a difficult name. I'm Polish originally. Well, of course, we've all seen the halving effects right now, and we'll be talking about that. So I am the Senior Vice President of Minebest, and let's dig right in. Okay, so just a quick introduction about Minebest. Obviously, we are a technologically advanced infrastructure company, started in 2017 by this handsome guy on the right side, Eyal Abramovich, our CEO, and we are headquartered in Warsaw, Poland. Okay, we started in 2018 with a first small data center of 3 megawatts, and I think it's fair to say we've seen an amazing growth. Probably one of the biggest in the mining industry over the last year/year and a half, because we have currently 4 data centers with a full operational capacity of 140 megawatts in Kazakhstan and China. So that is a pretty tremendous growth, I would say. We are employing more than or close to 150 people in our head office in Warsaw, and we also have offices in China and in Kazakhstan and people in Korea and Japan. So globally, it's more than 200 people that are employed by Minebest currently. Okay, and before I continue, I just want to give you a little glimpse of one of our facility via a little video. There we go. Okay, so well, this is one of our facilities. This is our 50 megawatt facility in Kazakhstan. And again, why have we achieved such an amazing growth? Well, first of all, obviously, because of the infrastructure we have invested in. Second of all, because of a very dedicated team of more than 200 people worldwide. They are working really hard behind the scenes all the time to make all of this happen and make the operations run smoothly. The global brand recognition that we have worked very hard for in the last year, and of course, also very modern, highly efficient ASIC equipment, which is the heart of the operation. But the most important aspect is the one that I skipped at number 2, which is the low electricity cost. As we all know, this is the main thing when mining, and we are very fortunate to have access to very low electricity for the long term. Okay, so that is MineBest. So when we talk about the future of mining, well, you know, I'm not, of course, somebody who can see in the future, but we do know that there is certain risk that we are facing. And we do also think that there is definitely ways that we can mitigate these risks. So let's dive straight into that. What do we think are the main risks for the future, specifically related to mining and also mostly focused on Bitcoin? Well, first of all, the long-term profitability. How can we sustain that? That is definitely not an easy task going forward. The second thing is that we are currently already a maturing industry, but we still lack internal quality standards, and we see this as a potential risk going further as well. We have the obvious risk of the 51% attacks, which would cause devastating damage to the crypto space. And finally, we also feel, and this is a slightly delicate point maybe, that there is a bit of a geopolitical mining imbalance going on here. And there are certain risks associated with that as well. So how can we make sure that we avoid this risk, and what are they in detail? So let's get into that. When we talk about profitability, obviously we've seen a very strong increase in competition over the last year, especially. Before the halving, we had an all-time high in the Bitcoin network hash rate, which was somewhere around 130 exahash. But if you think that in March 2019, which is literally just 1 year before, we only had 40 exahash, that's a tripling of the hash rate. So that is a huge increase in competition there. Obviously, after the halving, we have lower block subsidies. So the self-regulating mechanism of the crypto space will do its work. Miners that basically are operating at low margins, that have less access to capital, that have inefficient older machines, have a much higher break-even cost, and they might be forced to switch off. And this is actually exactly what we see is happening currently as well. However, what we also see is that a hash rate reduction after a halving is usually just temporary. At some point in time, it just starts to go gradually up again until it reaches the same point as before the halving again. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. And let's face it, I mean, we have mined more than 18 million coins already of Bitcoin, of course, and there is just a relatively small amount of Bitcoins left to mine. And we are all vying for an increasingly smaller pie here. And probably in order to stay competitive, we will increasingly need large capital and large investment and big data centers. So we think that maybe we could even start something, and we could witness something which is called something like the ASIC race. Like we had the arms race between the US and the Soviet Union in the pre-1989 era. So this could be something happening in our industry. As TradeBlock has estimated, before the halving, the break-even cost to mine a Bitcoin was about $7,000. After the halving, if you think that the hash rate would be around 130 exahash, they predicted a break-even cost of 15,000. If it goes a bit lower, then it could be somewhere in the range between 12 to 15,000. But still, that is a fairly high Bitcoin rate, obviously. It's true, the assumptions are somehow rigid. I mean, the electricity cost of 0.06 per kilowatt hour is slightly high. More than 50% of the network is under that price. But still, this gives a clear indication that the Bitcoin rate will need to rise in order for the long-term profitability to be sustainable. Now, I cannot predict, again, the Bitcoin rate as well. And we could do a completely different presentation on that, but probably the Bitcoin could go up to its all-time high this year at the end of this year. On the other hand, there is a lot of pressure because what we've seen since the March traditional stock market crash is that Bitcoin seems to be quite correlated actually to the traditional market. So if that were the case going ahead into the future, if that would continue to be the case, then it is quite likely that we will see a correction as well on Bitcoin, because the fundamentals of the economy are not great right now because of the coronavirus and other issues. And we will likely see a recession also on the traditional stock market. So if Bitcoin follows, then we will probably see a correction on there. Anyway, it could go either way, obviously, but again, the long-term profitability is not a given for sure. And if we see what happened to, for example, Bitcoin SV and Bitcoin Cash, well, their hash rate has dropped spectacularly after the halving about a month ago. But also here we can see what I said before, that the hash rate is basically, the drop in hash rate is just temporary, because we see already here that Bitcoin SV is going up quite strongly, Bitcoin Cash a bit less perhaps, but they're both going up and they will eventually reach the same level again, most likely. We've seen the same with Bitcoin, basically. The hash rate has dropped to about 80 exahash, the miners' revenue is dropping, but again, that will probably go up in the future again. So how do we achieve this profitability? How do we make it sustainable? Well, there is not a really clear and specific answer to that, but in general, what we feel is a good step forward is to increase the collaboration. We could look into several models that are based, for example, on democratic voting, which would regard issues like network hash rate and mining rules. We could obviously optimize the operational cost, but that is a much more individual issue. You have to look into your tax, your logistics, your HR, all of the overhead. We could potentially also investigate other niche markets like hybrid versions of POW and POS to free up some resources. There is definitely some other options, but it's certainly not going to be easy to sustain this profitability for the mining industry as a whole. And connected to this issue is the second point. Every industry, it doesn't matter whether it's a crypto industry or a different kind of industry, every industry goes through the same sort of trend line during its life. It emerges at the beginning, there is a huge explosive growth, there is very low competition, it's all focused on innovation being the first one. We remember the times, let's say, of the crypto nerds, as they were called, and at the beginning, that was the emergence of the crypto market. Then we had strong growth over the next few years. When the ASICs started to come in play, there were many players, no dominance really. There was this very strong competition. There were relatively low entry barriers still at that time, and everybody was just focused on growth. Right now, we feel that, and we can see this, that the industry is reaching a point of maturity. The growth is becoming a bit smaller, also connected to the amount of Bitcoin left, basically. But the competition is becoming stronger, and basically, right now, Bitcoin mining is in the hands of a relatively small amount of big players. So now it's all about market share. Okay, and a very interesting point regarding the maturing industry is the so-called security trilemma, sorry. And I'm taking this from Raphael's Hour research that was published on CoinDesk, because there is a few very big advantages to Bitcoin. We always say it's the scarcity, obviously, it's the liquid blockchain and the decentralization. But in order to keep sustainable and to keep profitable, it is very likely that one of these three issues will have to be compromised on. So we could, for example, compromise on the liquidity aspect by increasing the fees or by increasing the confirmation times like we had during the peak of 2017 when we saw almost $50 transaction fees. That is an option. We could go for less scarcity, but that would require a deviation from the initial supply limit and from the model, basically, by creating a continued supply growth. That is highly unlikely, highly controversial. It basically borders on blasphemy. So not very likely, that scenario. And the third option, and probably the most likely one, is to go the route of less decentralization. That would create some forms of institutionalization, perhaps even mergers, bigger players joining forces. So collaboration again, in a way. And we believe that the decentralization will be the one most likely to be compromised. And if we combine that with internal quality standards, we can go a long way. Because again, we are maturing and the regulatory authorities are also becoming increasingly interested in the crypto space. So before they create certain quality standards and regulations and impose them on the industry, it would probably be much better for the interest of the mining industry as a whole to come up with their own internal quality standards. And we feel this is definitely a good way forward. The third aspect, very obvious, are the 51% attacks. They have been with us since the very beginning, and they will probably stay with us, at least as a theoretical threat, because a private attack, quite unlikely, at least on BTC, but we could imagine at least a theoretical coordinated attack on BTC via a governmental coordinated attack, or maybe even via the mining pools. I'm not saying anybody would like to do this and anybody will do this, but it's definitely a possibility, especially due to the lower amount of miners now after the halving. Effects, obvious: double spending, blocking of the network, blocking of others, stalling the network, and so forth. But the biggest issue would be clearly a reduction of image and a reduction of trust in BTC and crypto. And that would have absolutely devastating effects for everybody involved. So we really need to make sure that we avoid these 51% attacks. Historic cases abound. You know, we have BTC Gold, Ethereum Classic, and the recent case with Bitcoin Cash showed Bitcoin Cash, yeah, exactly, with its hash rate dropped, showed that, you know, there were articles screaming out of their lungs that it would take you less than $10,000 per hour to basically start and mount a 51% attack. Whether that is entirely the case or not, that is something not so important right now, but definitely it was a quite risky situation. So what are the solutions? Again, it's quite generic, but it's quite important that we realize these things. We should start to collaborate more, to coordinate more amongst miners to prevent these attacks. And internal quality standards can go a long way in raising awareness in that sense, and perhaps also create a bit more of a community feeling. Finally, we could be on the lookout, but that's again a more individual thing really, for hybrid POS, POW versions. There, the truth must be said, POS has its own risks, like for example, the risk of long run attacks. So it would be swapping one risk for another. That's sort of a trade-off, I guess. The final thing which we see as a risk and which we want to address and potentially mitigate is a quite strong geopolitical imbalance. I mean, it's a fact. 70% of mining is located in China. It's a very, very strong geographic concentration. Geographic or any other form of concentration which is out of the usual sort of limits is always slightly risky for any industry. Also, 4 of the pools control much more than 50% of the hash rate. And we know that the Chinese government policy towards crypto has been quite inconsistent in the past. We don't know what it's going to bring in the future. So basically, one government has pretty strong potential repercussions on the entire ecosystem. And that is also a risk and a fact that has to be taken into consideration. So how can we try to solve some of these geopolitical imbalance issues? Well, we could try to stimulate more fair distribution of mining power across different geographies. Again, this requires a certain coordination, collaborative efforts. It would diversify the whole ecosystem geographically and could maybe result in some kind of collaborative lobbying for lower electricity rates, especially, of course, outside of China. These are some of the options. Again, everybody has to find out their own conditions and their own solutions for these problems. But I feel it's important that we point them out and we start to think about this instead of just thinking about our own little shop all the time. So in short, how can we move forward after the halving and looking at the future in view of the strong competition, in view of the little pie that is left really, in view of the high capital investment needed to remain competitive and so forth? Well, to sustain the mining profitability, to protect the crypto from 51% attacks, and to create fair distribution we feel that the way forward is to increase collaboration and create new quality standards. That is, it sounds very generic, but that is the way almost every industry, if you look at the history of industries, has gone. It started out as a Wild West where everybody was just growing and amassing potential and possibilities. And basically, the competition grew so strong that it was very tough to sustain competitiveness, and people would have to start collaborating and concentrate their efforts. I leave you with a quote from said Raphael Auer from CoinDesk, which I think is very interesting. And what he said is the following: the core value proposition of Bitcoin may well need to be re-evaluated. In all likelihood, Bitcoin's long-run outlook will depend on how the applications that can be made to run on top of it and how well such applications get traction and generate revenue. In this, Bitcoin's core asset may well turn out to be less the original proof of work-based technology than its large community of fans and developers, as well as the penumbra of medium attention it continues to attract. So guys, in the mining industry, we're still the backbone, basically, of Bitcoin and many other cryptocurrencies, but we have to make sure that we arm ourselves for the future, and we feel that a good way forward is to increase the collaboration in order to cope with the potential risks that are coming our way. So thank you very much. I hope this has been useful, and I wish you good luck during the rest of the conference. Let me stop
Yes,
sharing.
indeed. It was more than useful. This was Peter, the backbone of blockchain technology and Bitcoin himself. So we have just remaining time only for one question. This comes from Takunori Arashi. He is very interested in knowing if opening a facility in Kazakhstan. Did you face any difficulties, maybe in regulation, maybe in political difficulties, corruption, etc.? He wants to know a very, very short story, Peter, about the opening facility of your history in Kazakhstan. We have like 1 minute for this, so please, Peter.
Well, I can be very short about that. You know, Kazakhstan is quite open towards the crypto industry. The government is very pro-crypto at the point, and they are quite inviting in terms of collaboration. We have, of course, by now established a very intensive form of collaboration over there because we have 3 data centers in Kazakhstan, not just one. The one that we showed was the 50 megawatt one. It's our biggest in Kazakhstan. But generally speaking, Kazakhstan, as well as many other former Soviet Union countries, are pretty open and outspoken in a very positive way regarding crypto industry and the mining industry. So definitely, not just Kazakhstan, but many of these other countries are definitely a valid alternative to China. I'm not trying to compete with China or take away from China. We have a data center in China as well. China is definitely very, very much an important part of the future of mining, but there is definitely also other options out there. So I hope that answers slightly the question. In general, very positive experience.
Cool. Thank you for this enlightening speech. So once again, it was Peter Toczynski, the BizDev of Minebase, a technology company that specializes in hosting services and blockchain solutions for their customers. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you very much for your attention, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Cheers. So very, very interesting things. I really liked especially the trilemma thing, and we don't have the dilemma here, but we have a trilemma now, as you can see, regarding the Peter's speech. So my next guest is from China, Jason Zhang, the CEO of BTC.com himself. As you all know, BTC.com is a cryptocurrency platform that provides software for more than 1 million users, developers, and miners. There is a cryptocurrency wallet, mining pool, API, and blockchain explorer also available on BTC.com. Jason, are you with us? Can you hear us? Are you already here?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, Jason. Welcome
thank
once again. Please don't forget to share your screen in order for us to see your presentation.
Okay.
So let's start.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks for this great event, and it's a good opportunity to have a discussion with people all over the world. So as a mining pool, I'd like to share a few numbers and some of my thoughts after the recent Bitcoin halving. So as miners, I think first issue is actually how big the market is. So we're focusing on the daily mining revenue. So this is a chart showing the daily mining revenue starting from last year, March last year, and until today. So we can see after the recent halving, and also we can see there's a sharp drop down in March recently. So because the price drops very significantly 2 months ago, but after halving, the daily revenue is drops to less than $7 million per day. So this means the whole market size for mining industry is definitely shrink. It drops to the level to almost to like a year ago, like back to March 2019. So this is definitely a great challenge to all miners in this industry. And the second thing we need to talk about is inflation, because this is I think this is a basic story, a theory that many people are hyped about the halving, because many people think with the halving, just less inflation, this could mean this could be a positive sign for the price. So here's a chart like showing from previous halving and the next halvings. So as of today, we have already mined more than 87% of total Bitcoin, and start from now, the yearly inflation rate of Bitcoin is only 1.8%. This is actually less than US dollars. So this is quite a significant. It's quite a big signal. Like I think it's the first time you can comparing Bitcoin to some major fiat currencies. But as we can see in the next two halvings after that, the inflation rate could be very small. It's already like less than 1% after that. So I think in the long term, we need to consider like the future of mining, because I think in maybe 4 years later, in the next halving, we might be more concerned about how the price would go and how the industry would go. Because the mining reward is very small compared with before, and we're more focused on like transaction fees, how well the ecosystem goes. So these will be the topics that people will be care about. But for now, I think we can still only working with the base block reward. But the whole ecosystem of Bitcoin is definitely an issue we need to concern, I think, in the next halving. Also, we can check some basic numbers for different generations of miners. So after halving, the mining profit would change drastically. So here I list like old generation, current generation, and next generation miners. So I didn't list the specific models here, but it's just typical numbers based on the specifications. So I think for old generation miners, the net profit is negative after halving. And we can see the break-even price actually isn't quite high. It's only $10,000 US. So it just $1,000 above the current price. So this could be there's still a chance that maybe the price can go up, or in the next difficulty adjustment, the Bitcoin difficulty can go down. Then the net profit can also be positive again. So these miners are definitely not obsolete yet. They still have a chance to come back for a short period. But yeah, in the long run, they'll be driven out of the market. With current generation miners, the profit is much smaller comparing with like months ago. The break-even price is 5,000 USD. This is quite healthy, but also back in March, the price is as low as 3,000. So only the next generation miners, these miners are coming out to the market starting from end of this month. So only these miners can survive at the price of 3,000. I think the recent surge of price helps miners to keep current miners to run, and old generation miners, as I said, they still have a chance to work in the rainy season. But we also need to take a close eye on current generation miners, as their net profit is actually quite small. Many models are close to break-even price, so we need to pay attention to many models. I think the most popular ones among them are Bitmain's T17 and WhatsMiner's M21S. These are two popular miners which are very close to the break-even price. Another metrics for miners we care is a hash rate. So this first chart is showing the hash rate, which is calculated based on the trading 120 blocks. So as I showed on the graph, this is the hash price after halving. So I think before the halving, the average hash rate is around like maybe 120 to 30 exahashes. But after halving, we can see a significant drop of hash rate. So the hash rate can drop as low as 80. So it's just 2 days ago or 3 days ago, the hash rate drops as low as even 88 exahash. This could be just the whole network, all miners are not lucky enough, but we can see the average hash rate is like around, I think it's less than 100 exahash. So it is like 20% drops of hash rate. We also compared hash rate with this is a hash rate displayed on BTC.com. These numbers get taken from the API from each mining pools. So we can see, as we can see, all the major pools has dropped significantly after the halving. Some pools even lost more than 30%. Yeah, as compared before, the hash rate drops is 20% in average. So this is quite a big signal, and I think starting from yesterday, the mining drops seems to drops again. Maybe some miners are moving to a new facility or other issues. We still don't know the reasons, but just starting from yesterday, we can see another trend of dropping of hash rate. And for the transaction fees, so before halving, the transaction fees is always like 2 or 3%. Sometimes it can go up to like 6%. But after the halving, we can see we do see a lot of congestion on the network. The transaction fees for like May 17th, the transaction fee rate is like almost 16% of block per reward. So this is a very significant increase. But I think all the major pools right nowadays, all the pools are paying transaction fees to the miners. But you should still be aware that this is already a big portion of your profit. You should definitely check that mining pool are paying correctly with the transaction fees. Also, we'd like to talk about something happening in the rainy season in China. So there's some good news recently. So for some cities in Sichuan, they have a conference hosted by the local governments. So they're welcoming Bitcoin mining industry because they want these mining facilities as a way to use massive hydropower during the rainy season. Some of the hosting service providers, as we know, they're listed in official documents as a list of authorized companies who can connect to these hydropowers. And we can see some local officials, they do show up on some events. The electricity price will definitely be lower than last year. It's possible to get a price lower than 3 cents, I think. Because there are some old generation miners, they'll be out of market. So there are definitely more hosting service provider comparing with the requirements of miners. So we can see a huge, I think it's expected to have a very severe competition between these hosting services. Yeah, so that's why we think the price should be lower than last year. I think the price can be even lower, maybe 2.5 cents, or even below that. So next, I'd like to show some new features from BTC.com. So we have started our mining service for like 4 years now. So for now, since from last month, we have started the Smart Pool service. So this means if you connect your hash power to BTC.com, our pool backend will automatically dispatch your hash rate to the optimal currency. So for now, we'll switch your hash power to BTC, BCH, and BSV to finding the most profitable coins. And also, the profit can be automatically converted to Bitcoin if you're using Matrix Port. So we have a connection with Matrix Port to support this Smart Pool service. And also, we have a nice feature to allow you to transfer hash rate to other miners. So this is a very handy feature if you like to sell your hash power as a cloud mining contract to others. I think it's very convenient for small cloud mining service providers. And also, we have a subscription service for our miners. This is a new service. So we will gather some information, and we'll also try to diagnose your mining data. We'll give you some nice charts. We'll give you some suggestions, and you can have a clear view of your historical revenue, your machine operation status, and some other data as you need it. So this is still ongoing development, and we are definitely adding more valuable data into this output. Also, for big miners, we started to provide a cloud mining pool service from last year. So currently we are giving service to more than 7,000 petahash for this cloud mining pools combined. So if you want to start your own mining pool, you can try to reach to us. So we can help you to start your own mining pool. So we can discuss quickly, and after we sign a contract, we can establish your mining pool in less than 7 days. And BTC.com will help you to maintain the mining pool and offer operation service. So you don't need to worry about anything, and you can start running your own mining pool. I think this is a very important one because after halving, it's very hard to start a mining pool unless you have a very significant share of the market. With cloud pool mining service, you can start running without worry about any cash flow issues or the market share issues. You just need to focus on your own operations. So I think after halving, we have first we have like Smart Pool service. So it is expected to improve your income by 1 or 2%, and we can provide a cheaper price for all users compared with other pools. We're also providing optimized firmware. So this firmware is only for Bitmain's S17 and T17. You can overclock or downclock your miner to get a maximum output. I think based on testing of some of our customers, this can increase net profit by 10 to 30%. We also have collaboration with other service providers. So for example, hosting services, repairing services, and also financial services. So we have a connection with a lot of good resources. So I think this with this combined, we can help you to better connection with them and decrease overall mining cost of miners. Yeah. And as I said, if you, for now, since the rainy season, if you want to find hosting service, we can also help you to connect because we have some good connection in Sichuan and other places in China. So a short sum up. So after halving, after some old miners are quitting the market, the hash rate drops by 20%, and even can go down even further. I think miners should be more prepared to the coming future. I think the more efficient and more prepared miners are more likely to survive after the long run. And we suggest miners to use some financial tools, so this can help you to keep a healthy cash flow. And also, wish everyone can happy mining on BitSilicon, and we're listening to your feedback. Thank you. So if you want to connect to us, please save this picture. You can connect to our CEO. We can have a connection for any business. Thanks.
Cheers, and thank you very much. I can see that if I'm considering cloud mining for myself, I can clearly contact btc.com and maybe personally you, and have all these services on one platform. Am I right?
Yeah. The cloud mining pool service is more oriented to like people who wants to start their own mining pool. But if you want to add like cloud mining contract support on top of that, this is also possible, because we can have a technical solution for that.
Sounds terrific for me. So Jason, please stay with us, because we will have a panel discussion coming up next. Let me remind for those who have just connected to us that my name is George Poliani. I'm your host today on the Terra Crypto Mining Conference. I'm the founder of CryptoDiplomat.ch and the head of growth at CoinSpade. Thanks to all the speakers, all three persons that we have just heard. It was really insightful. And the next goes the panel discussion, which will be right away in just a few moments. Thanks to the previous speakers. Well, I just want to add that from myself, I would like to say that for those miners, for those cryptonistas and Bitcoin users, there are also other possibilities and also other solutions which cryptoprocessing.com provides. We help you with your business in accepting crypto from your clients and converting it into your fiat bank accounts. So basically, if you're a business owner, just visit cryptoprocessing.com and see what solutions are fitting you the best. So we have connecting our panel discussion speakers who will be just right away. Our panelists are preparing, and we will be talking about the mining in CIS, Asia, and North America. The differences, pros and cons, and of course the potential. We have already heard a lot of interesting info about the Chinese market, about the Asian market, about some insights from Europe, what happens maybe in the US and other parts of the world. So stay tuned, because right now we will cover almost the whole world of mining. I especially like to underline the fact that the geopolitical issue is also on the table. As one of the speakers has said, there's still a very big chance, a very big threat of attack 51. All miners or all cryptonistas know what I'm talking about. So of course the geopolitical status is also important for all of us. So basically I am just receiving some info from our organizers that they are preparing to open our panel discussion just in a few moments. And let me introduce you the moderator of this panel discussion. This is Sharif Alayarov, the regional sales director at MatrixPort. So MatrixPort is a digital financial services platform. They provide trading services, storage of digital assets, and cryptocurrencies. They are headquartered in Singapore and also have offices in Russia, Sweden, and Hong Kong. So Sharif Alayarov, can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. Thank you for introduction.
Perfect. Yes, Sharif. By the way, Sharif speaks English, Chinese, Russian, Turkish, Uzbek. He's like speaking almost all the languages that we are needing right now to moderate all this panel thing in order. So, Sharif, please introduce your guests and start this splendid, wonderful, and fascinating panel discussion.
Thank you again, George, for introduction. It's a really brilliant, organized conference. It's not my first crypto conference, but I always feel a bit nervous before it. Let me just quickly introduce myself personally. I spent 6 years in China by leading sales and BD for Bitmain. So I have experience with the mining industry, not only in China, but also around the world. Last year, I spent the BD in USA. Now I'm doing matrix port for Russian CIS market. So we have today like 6 people in our panel discussion. The first is Philippe Modnov. He is the CEO of Lazum. I personally know him. I know that they have some projects in Lipetsk. I'm sure later he will talk about it. The second one is Jason Zhuang, the CEO of the BTC.com. He just had his very good presentation. I really like it, especially about the earnings. It's when there is a number, the people always like it. The third one is Igor, our good friend from Bratsk, Irkutsk region, and his company called BitRiver. The fourth, our participant, he is Artem Yeremin. He is the big warehouse boss, Chilkut. Welcome, Artem. And the fourth one is Daniel Johnson from Iceland. I think we had the chance to meet Daniel before in Germany. Hi, Daniel, welcome. You are muted. Daniel, you are muted. Yes, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks, Sharif. Nice to see you.
Yeah. So welcome, guys, everyone. I'm sure everyone is here. So we have, as George mentioned, we have like 4 big topics today to discuss. And let me start with the first one, and then we will slowly move to each of one. And if you guys feel convenient, you can add your comments. First, my question, I think it will go mostly to Igor, probably, and maybe Philippe and Artem also can add it. So Irkutsk, I have been to Irkutsk probably 3 or 4 times. I know, Igor, you are from there. It's a beautiful place with the Baikal Lake. The first question is that in Russia, the concentration of miners are all in Irkutsk region. And we just want to know, it's Irkutsk, Bratsk, we just want to know why is that? And what are the main challenges in that region? Igor, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, sure, Sharif, thank you very much. And so there are several reasons for high concentration of miners in Irkutsk region. First of all, it's electricity price. There is a huge overcapacity of relatively cheap hydropower electricity, hydropower in the region. That's why a price for kilowatt hour in the region is pretty low. Second reason is that climate. Climate is pretty good for mining. It's cold. The winter in the region is relatively long. But like starting from the very beginning, why we came to the Irkutsk region, the main reason for that was availability of power at a relatively low rate and very supportive environment in the region from local authorities, from regional authorities, and from energy companies. So those reasons were kind of driving factors for us to come to the region to build our data center there.
Okay, so today I heard there was a question from one of the participants from Japan about the Kazakhstan. So what would you reply if these questions would come to Russian? What are the main challenges and what is the government support or maybe bureaucratic or maybe some bribes going there?
I would say that the overall environment was very friendly for us. We didn't didn't face any challenges with bureaucracy or with bribes. So I would say that environment overall and support from the energy company EN Plus in particular was like fascinating for us, and very welcoming environment overall in the region, in the town. So we didn't meet any like bureaucracy or corruption in the region.
Perfect. Philippe, I know you're doing some project in Lipetsk, which is also in the Russian Federation. What would you add also about the challenging of mining in Russia? You have to unmute yourself, please.
Hello. Yes, I have a project in Lipetsk, is a special economic zone with very good, very nice preferences for mining and other activities. For example, we have zero VAT for import equipment. Also, we have very good price for electricity because we are working with federal sales company, and the price down to 2 cents per kilowatt hour. And what about Russia and mining? Firstly, we have different troubles, of course, with our environment, with our political and other activities with cryptocurrency. But in the same time, we have interesting possibilities for export of hash rate. And for very nice price for electricity.
Okay, thank you very much. Artem, I know you're doing some business with the mining equipment. What would you add about the mining in Russia as well?
Hi, guys. Sorry for late, some troubles with connection. We are doing like selling machines. We're like a distribution company in Russia, so we have direct contracts with the most famous vendors, and we have a biggest warehouse in Russia. So everyone can buy any miner.
Any difficulties you face when you do or bring the miners to Russia?
Actually, no. No, because no any customs fees need to pay, and it's really easy to make all permits, all certificates. If you able to do this, it's okay. It's like usual computer server or personal computer.
Sure. Yeah, I used to do that business probably for the last 5 years. Yeah, very familiar with the Russian market. So
it's cool. The main problem is warranty service, because all vendors have their own contracts with assembling factory, and they have to send these machines if it's broken to assembling factory. And with Russia, it's very difficult or almost impossible because it's some difficulties with custom clearance of used broken machine, and the main important thing is difficulties with bring it back after repair. Because
Okay, thank you very much, Artem. I think we covered most of the things about the Russia. If you guys want to add something, you can let me know. The next question goes to Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan now is growing very fast in mining business. So the question is that now Kazakhstan is actively supports mining direction. Is it so? So I see here like probably for some of the speakers to comment about the Kazakhstan might be difficult, but Igor, if you have something to tell, or Philippe, you can tell. And I also have my personal comments on it. I will comment after your comments.
Yeah, so first of all, we know that VAT situation and import situation in Kazakhstan is very supportive for bringing mining equipment to the country. This would be probably the biggest pros of doing mining in Kazakhstan. At the same time, and which is very important for many of our customers, particularly large institutional customers from Japan, from the United States, from Europe, there is a big difference between Russia and Kazakhstan in terms of source of electricity. In Russia, we're using sustainable hydropower as compared to Kazakhstan, which is using coal-fired power plants, which is not that sustainable. We know that many of our clients really care about that. That's why I'm mentioning this big difference between those two countries. In terms of electricity price, if we compare Kazakhstan and Irkutsk region, there is no substantial difference here. Prices in Irkutsk region are somewhat cheaper than in Kazakhstan, but like biggest difference is like source of power and situation with VAT. Situation with VAT is different in Kazakhstan, but we help our customers in Russia to solve it as well. And in Lipetsk, there is no such a problem as well. So,
thank you. Philippe, Artem, any comments about that?
Maybe from my side about Kazakhstan and import VAT for mining equipment. Yes, it's for all country of Kazakhstan. You can have zero VAT for importing of mining equipment, but without resale. It's only for internal equipment.
Yes. That's good. Yes, previously also I had experience with working with some of the big companies in Kazakhstan. As we previously today heard also about the MineInvest, they do their operation. Besides MineInvest, there is a very big company called Energix and some other companies which doing, and probably according to my calculations, it's over about coming close to 400, 500 megawatts in total now already running, which is quite big. I think after China, Russia, US, maybe Kazakhstan will get somewhere like in the top places as well. The government is easier to talk with, and the situation in country is very well. Yeah, it's but as Igor mentioned, yeah, the most of the power comes from the coal, which is probably is not green energy. In future might have some issues, but at the moment now, yeah, it's, and the electricity price, according to my information, it's 2.8 US cents income electricity, and the hosting price they give about 4.5 cents. I think we covered Kazakhstan. And if we don't have anything to say more, we can move to another biggest area probably, and Jason might be biggest participant of this point, Asia. So China, according to the Cambridge research, which was recently published, that China has the first hash rate availability in the world. I know it's also. And I remember in 2016, there was a 17, there was an interview and a movie made by Bitcan company, where the people were asking why the China is the leading platform. Jason, you can give your comments, and after, if you leave me, I can give you also my shares.
Oh, okay. So we share some data for the Cambridge research about mining hash rate distribute with other mining pools. So I think this data is quite accurate based on current situation, because it's provided by 3 major pools. So I think China's leading in the hash rate distribution since starts from many years ago, because first all the miners are produced mainly in China. And China, we have a lot of cheap electricity, all of different places. So like Shanxi is a coal-based power, and it's Sichuan, it's hydropower based, and also Xinjiang. So with so many cheap electricities and resources available, I think it's quite common. China becomes a mining hub of the world, and I think not in China. All the miners are not all from local miners. I think many customers or miners are actually coming from other countries, so they have mining facilities in China. But how should we say it's Chinese hashing power, or it's for example US hashing power?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think also the efficiency in China is also big lead, because the market and all the other supporting chains like hosting facilities, repairing services, all these business are and also I think second-hand miners. I think all these businesses are quite mature in China, and it's very convenient. You can always find all these available resources, and I think just overall environment for mining, I think it's still better. I know there are other places global wide, they have even cheaper electricity price or even cold weather. But for now, the whole environment, the best place is still China. But I think it could be changed. I think last year, many people are concerned about the policy issues in China. Last year, the Chinese government is saying that mining is an obsolete business and should be get rid of the market. But this year, this is changed almost the opposite way, as the local government are welcoming the mining services. But I think people were still worried that these policies are not that stable. So if you want your business to be safe and stable, you definitely should choose or considering some alternative options.
Yes, James, I think your comments are really good. Let me also tell, as I mentioned, I spent 6 years in China, and probably I visit most of the mining farms in China. It's Sichuan, it's Neimongo in Inner Mongolia, it's Xinjiang, and then there was some mining farms around, even Beijing. I saw them. So why the China is always leading in the hash rate? First of all, I think it's because of the national interest, right? The Chinese people like to, I wouldn't call it gambling, but people like to invest and risk it, because like in 2015, when I just joined Bitmain, I'm sure nobody wanted to buy S4 or S5 like now. There was some customers, but not that many people were buying because they were afraid to spend money into something which they really want. But in China, it was like, first. Secondly, in China, the logistic is very cheap, right? To send something from Sichuan in winter to Neimongo, in Inner Mongolia for the coal electricity is very cheap because the labor is very cheap. People coming, taking the miners, putting in the box, sending it into another region. Then after some time, sending it back. It's very fast. It takes like 3-4 days to move mining farm. And the third one, of course, is, as I mentioned, is cheap labor, probably. It helps a lot. One more thing, which I didn't mention today, probably I will go back to Igor, to Philippe, maybe, and then also we can involve Daniel into it. The construction cost, right? According to my information, the 1 megawatt of construction cost in China is around, if we talk about US dollars, about like $80,000, including the transformers and all these cables. $80,000. Jason, you can calculate it in renminbi. How much? I think it is. Igor, what would you say? Like, how much is the cost in Russia for 1 megawatt?
So, like, first of all, I want to make some comments on previous questions as well, because, like, yes, we have been mining in China for approximately 2 years before establishing data center in Bratsk, in Irkutsk region. So we are very familiar with the region. And what I would say, kind of natural pros of mining in advantages of mining in China is definitely a supply chain. Like everything is in one place, like supply of devices, repairs centers, labor familiar with the mining business. It's a change in other regions, but China was the first to the game. This is where a huge difference. In terms of construction cost, I would say that 80K for 1 megawatt for China is a little bit too high a price, because like even here in Russia, like 1 megawatt of capacity cost me probably around 55 to 60K, including transformers, all the payments to the national energy grid. And I believe for China, it should be even lower, because we know some large operators of mining farms in China, and we did some comparison. We still understand that like transformers, switch gears would naturally cost a little bit higher in Russia, even though we purchase a lot of our equipment for our mining data center from China, we still have import cost, logistics cost. So it's a little bit high, but it's compensated by lower OPEX, operational expenses, because actually if we compare labor cost between the China, even Sichuan province, Inner Mongolia province, and Russia, labor cost in Russia in Irkutsk region actually is lower than in China.
Very good, very good. $55,000 per 1 megawatt in Russia. Jason, what would you say according to your experience? How much was it in Russia, in China last time?
In the construction cost?
Yes, including the transformators, land, and all that stuff.
I think it depends on the scales of the mining farms. So like if you have a very large professional mining farm, the cost per miner could be higher compared with the small mining farms. So it's, yes. I think the numbers are close. And I think there are currently the advantage in China is there are a lot of experienced teams who can help you to construct these mining farms, and the speed is also very fast, and a lot of process is already standardized. So everything is just very standard. You can just find all the components you need.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just it could be easier to find everything you need.
Yeah, and the Bitmain and the WhatsMiner and all other companies are in China, so it's easier to deliver everything.
Yeah, also for the repairing, it should be faster. Yeah.
Daniel, what would you add about the Iceland? How's it there?
Yeah, couple of points on Iceland maybe. I think labor cost here is obviously higher than in China or Russia. Electricity prices, I think, are fairly competitive. They're definitely not the lowest in the world, but that's not necessarily the points that we maybe compete on. As we see more institutional investment flowing into the space, more large traditional investment companies putting money into the space, we start seeing more of the problems like you guys were talking about earlier with Kazakhstan, for example, where the energy is not clean, and there are a lot of people who just won't go into those places. And I think what works with Iceland heavily today is that we have a lot of facilities that are already built. So we have one of the largest data center campuses here, in Europe, where I think it's gone up to like the highest it's been like 85 megawatts of mining equipment, and that's all in a proper data center facility. So purpose built for mining equipment. And we've obviously had a lot of companies from all over mining here in Iceland. I mean, Bitfury, Genesis Mining, GMO, SBI, a lot of the big names have placed equipment here. And I think a lot of the time it's in the spirit of also just diversifying a bit your locations, not having everything in one location. So the building cost is definitely higher as well than in China or Russia. I don't have necessarily a finger on an exact value per megawatt, but it's always going to be higher than China or Russia. But like I said, at this point we have 3 serious data center companies that all have built facilities, and so I think when it comes to the climate we're in right now, where we're seeing a generational change in equipment, we have a lot of S9s that are soon to go offline, obviously. I think there are maybe more opportunities in that rather than coming here and building out your own facilities. And if someone wanted to come to Iceland today with 20 megawatts, he could fairly easily find that space. Definitely for 5 cents or lower in a data center facility.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much for your comments. But also briefly if we talk about the Western part of the world, US and Canada, about the mining. As I mentioned, 2019, I spent 1 year in USA and in Canada as well. also very familiar with the South America. I would say the US and Canadian mining, after China, it might be the second one in the world because they have quite big facilities there. I mean, I don't want to compare who is the first, who is the second, but I mean, I really saw big mining farms. In Canada, it's Quebec, it's Manitoba, it's Newfoundland. Quebec, of course, definitely is biggest one. But the Canadian electricity price is cheaper. But what is important in US and Canada, that I call it initial investment, that the investment into mining farm are very high. So today, what Jason showed us in his PPT, that the incomes are dropping. Even with the new equipment, our income is low. If we invest a lot of money into the construction, then what will be our ROI? And especially the machines changing that so quick. Then we need to be smart in investment. So I saw in US and Canada construction cost per megawatt up to $300,000. Yes, the electricity price is 2.5 or 3 cents, but $300,000 per megawatt is quite low. Also, I want to add from my point, as I'm now, I came from the mining business. So I spent most of my time in mining, but now I'm doing the Matrixport, which is financial. Bitmain, it was a part of Bitmain. Now it's a separate company. What we did personally myself, if I have, for example, 10 Bitcoins, and if I change these Bitcoins and build a kind of mining farm, or I invest this into the mining machines, I will never get back my 10 Bitcoins. I will get equivalent in US dollars of 10 Bitcoins. For example, now it's $90,000 after 1 year. Yes, if I buy now S19, after 1 year, I might get my $90,000, but never 10 Bitcoins. So we might also consider and use quite often, especially Matrixport is offering the loans where we can get the loan back with our crypto assets and get the cash paid for the construction, paid for the building, paid for the transformers. And then after 1 year, when we have our, we can get back our Bitcoins back. As I mentioned, 10 BTC now will never be 10 BTC after 1 year if we invest into mining. We have to be very smart into this, especially in investing about that. Any comments, guys? Jason, Philippe, Igor?
Can I maybe touch a little bit on that? Just further on, you know, the high capex that we're looking at the moment. I completely agree with you. Like at this point today, it's becoming a bit of an issue, which is why my focus would maybe be more on finding places where this capex has already been sunk. So I think in the current climate, it can make more sense to find someone who has already made that investment. Like he's not going to go anywhere. But there is another thing that's interesting that I think we're going to see a lot more of, which is mining operations becoming more mobile and seeking out stranded energy. I think, you know, you've probably noticed the trend in the US at the moment, where people are starting to chase natural gas as a power resource because there's so much flaring going on, and soon they will probably be penalized for flaring, so they need to stop it anyway. Mm-hmm. So there's almost like a double incentive for some of these oil companies to actually start making electricity and just mine for themselves. And I think as well with the advancement in, for example, immersion cooling, it makes it easier for us miners to place equipment in areas where we can have, you know, not unfavorable climate, or maybe a, you know, location that for some reason there's a lot of pollution, dust, sulfur in the air. For example, in Iceland around the geothermal plants, this is an issue. Also part of that is there is a sunk capex. You know, you might be looking at paying maybe 200,000 per megawatt or something if you're doing a container-based immersion cooling mining operation. However, it's not entirely sunk because you can then move it. If the political climate changes in the area where you are, if for some reason the power source dies or anything like that, it's not even comparable to air-cooled container-based solutions where you've basically destroyed the container. You can't really ship it around the world. If you're using immersion cooling, you can still ship your container basically anywhere a container can go. So I think this might be, you know, an interesting trend we might see moving a little bit away from the high capex of fixed real estate.
Thank you. Yeah, but it's costly, emerging cooling.
Yeah.
But it might help in the countries like Gulf countries or Middle East, where the electricity and the power is very cheap. Might help there as well.
Exactly.
George, do we have still time, or we have some questions maybe to the
Yes, I would like to add, as a Georgian myself, George from Georgia sounds right.
Yes. Yes.
So I would like to add just a few words from one of the countries, which is actually in top 5 of the mining top chart, I would say, which is actually Georgia. I would just would like to add that here we have very nice public and private programs to support businesses. 1 in 10 Georgians are actually miners. Yeah, they're mine. I mean, from little miners to bigger ones. I would also like to add that mining in Georgia is not regulated by the state, which gives you 0 tax rate for your mining business here. And I will just sum up with the cost of electricity in Georgia, which is only around $75 per 1 megawatt. So basically, I think it's more than informative, because you have spoken about China, you have spoken some interesting things said about the market of Russia. European market was touched upon as well by our colleague from Iceland, and well, nothing was said about Georgia, so I just added a little bit.
I think we all have been in Georgia in 2018. Bitmain hold a big conference there, I remember. So yeah, we're quite familiar with Georgia. I'm sure everyone was there. Most of the people today on the panel and the conference, they have been there. Thank you very much about that as well.
I would also, thank you and all the panelists that we had today. That was a really wonderful and fruitful discussion that we had. I especially want to thank Mr. Runets, who was also a graduate from the Stanford University. So it's really inspiring when you see people graduating from such a big institutes and then returning back to their homeland and getting this business done on the international level. So thank you very much for our speakers and our panelists once again, and see you offline, hopefully in Georgia. Why not?
Yes. Gamarjoba.
Yes.
Yeah, Gagi Marjat. So we're continuing, and let me once again remind our viewers and those who will be viewing our conference later on, that my name is George Poliani. I'm the founder of the consulting boutique for crypto startups, which is called Crypto Diplomat, and also the head of growth at Coinscape. So our sponsors are Ukrpool, which is an official partner of OKCoin. They provide some of the best mining conditions to the CIS market. Of course, I cannot go without mentioning CryptoProcessing.com, which is the #1 cryptocurrency payment company in iGaming industry. 2% of all Bitcoin payments are processed by the company's services daily. Just think about it. RRMine, also our sponsors, the Hashrates Global Asset Management platform. They provide renewable cloud mining and trading contracts in one market. Of course, BTC.com, represented by Jason, the CEO. They offer a digital wallet, mining pool, and API. They help users make the most of digital currencies by providing secure online tools. Last but not least, Minebest, a technology company that specializes in hosting services and blockchain solutions for its customers. And Via BTC is the world Bitcoin mining pool that provides professional and stable mining services with very low fees. So that's it for our sponsors. Thanks to them, wonderful Terra Crypto conference online, discussing all the opportunities, pros and cons of mining, what's next after the halving, what to mine, the most popular question. All these above mentioned questions are answered and discussed here right now, today, on 3 different languages, on a lot of platforms. So stay tuned, because I am announcing and preparing our next guests. But before I do this, I hope that our panelists are here, because I'm reading some questions from the audience, which we have here. Sharif, everyone's here still? Can you hear me?
Yes, everyone's
Loud and
here.
clear? Perfect. So let me continue with some little questions from the audience. One of the guests is asking, what do you mean the energy is not clean? I think it's a question from our colleague from Iceland.
I was just following up on Philip's comments about some of the regions that are actually generating their energy from fossil fuels. Obviously, you know, in Iceland, the energy is 100% clean. If you look, you can find some online charts that say we have something like 6% nuclear power, but that's because of the green certificate trade. We have no nuclear or coal or anything in Iceland. We only have hydro and geothermal, about a 80-20 split of those two. If I wasn't clear, sorry.
Yes, George. George, it means like clean doesn't mean it's dirty. Clean means because they burn the coal, which drops a lot of bad things into our planet. That was the comment.
Thank you very much for your comments, Daniel. So another question from the audience. What do miners do to face challenges such as halving, local policy regulation, and electricity cost? Anyone from the panelists, please? Welcome to, I can repeat the question.
I think if I can touch a little bit on this, as someone who's maybe more on that side rather than providing services to the community. I think we're always seeing more and more tools for the industry to be able to hedge your risk. Most recently, we've seen coming online, I think only last week or the week before, hash rate futures, where you can actually hedge against difficulty changes. I think what a lot of people do in the more open markets, Iceland is a very closed market. We're not connected to an external grid, so we don't have to worry about fluctuating power prices. We make fixed power price agreements. But I know, like in Norway and Sweden, for example, people are hedging their power contracts with futures and such to have an average power price. But then, I mean, each challenge has its own difficulties to solve. You know, whoever coined the term "set it and forget it" for ASIC mining really never ran more than one miner. I think that's pretty clear, because this is a huge and complicated beast to manage. A mining operation is.
Thank you very much, Daniel. As they say in Iceland, takka. The last question for now, because we have to go further. The last question from the audience is the coronavirus impacting the industry, and how is it actually impacting the industry, if it is? Anyone?
For example, from side, yes, pandemic and coronavirus in our country, we have, of course, troubles with working of our distributors, of our suppliers and all, but we have a little bit pluses, because, for example, energy price for April in Russia, in the wholesale market, we have very, very low price, because it's non-working days, and for this non-working days, we have low price of electricity. That's pluses. For minuses, of course, is we have troubles with construction.
I see. Thank you very much for this comment, Philip, and thank you, friends, for this interesting and lively conversation. I think it was useful for each of us. And without slowing the pace, let's go to the second section. The topic is relevant and exciting. We are talking about improving productivity. So firmware, tools, equipment, it will definitely be informative for those who are seeking answers to the questions of the firmware. So to keeping ahead, let me remind you that Terra Crypto is supported by all our sponsors, which I already have mentioned: BTC.com, Mindbest, CryptoProcessing.com, RRMine, CoinEx, via BTC, Uckerpool, and some others. All the information that you got today on this conference, you will be able to download from the website of Terra Crypto, and of course on our social media channels. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the social media channels of these companies and these representatives of the companies which you have just heard. And the next comes something frightening and exciting. Anton Dementor from MSK Miner. He will talk about increasing the productivity of miners. He will say some words about the firmware, about tools, and useful equipment for miners. Anton Dementor is the CIO of MSK Miner. And MSK Miner is engaged in the maintenance and sale of equipment for building data centers and server rooms, cluster solutions, and virtualization systems, private and hybrid clouds. The last 4 years have been very, very exciting for this company. So, Anton, can you hear me? Are you already here? Anton, please come online. Yes.
Hello, guys.
Perfect, perfect. Very, very excited. Very, very nice to hear you here. Thanks for joining us. And please don't forget to share the screen with your presentation. And here you go. The floor is yours.
Okay. Great. Я позволю себе отступление. Наверное, мне будет проще
I
рассказывать
believe it would be easier for me
о наших
to
решениях на русском
deliver
языке.
my presentation in
Вот.
Russian.
Но поскольку у нас сегодня присутствуют переводчики, я
Since
думаю,
we have
проблем не возникнет.
interpretation being provided, I
Итак,
feel like
начнем
speaking in
сразу с места
Russian.
в карьер.
So let's
Халвинг
start
уже пришел,
right off the bat. So halving
и
is already here. It's a reality.
многие столкнулись с вопросом того,
And
как
many people face the following
снижать косты и
issue.
сделать
How do we
майнинг
actually
эффективным.
lower the cost? How do we actually make
Вот.
mining
Нужен
efficient and effective?
наиболее правильный
Well,
вариант для устаревших
we need
устройств, которым
the
является
best solution for
S9.
obsolete
Вот.
devices like
Майнеры ищут
S7
ответы
devices.
на вопрос, где
And what
зашит,
does the main
где
profit
находится тот
depend
самый
on?
краеугольный камень,
Where is
на
the
котором
cornerstone
основывается золотая середина профита. Вот.
for
Зависит ли она
which
от стоимости
the
электричества
best
или от
solution
текущего курса
belong to?
самой
Does it depend
валюты,
on electricity? Does it
или
depend on the
же от
currency price,
эффективности
on the effective
самого
rate?
майнинга. На наш
Or does it
взгляд,
depend more on the efficiency of mining itself?
золотая середина —
In our
это
opinion, the best condition,
грамотно обеспечить именно все вот это. То есть оптимальная цена на электричество,
well, it is the optimum
хорошая
price for electricity,
цена самой валюты и, в общем-то,
a
эффективность
pretty good
устройств и стабильность
currency
устройств.
price, stability, and
Вот.
efficiency
Поэтому
of
сейчас,
mining
после
equipment.
халвинга,
So now that
существует
after halving,
несколько стратегий.
there are
Те,
multiple
которые
strategies
используют
out
домашние
there
майнеры, это стратегия
used
короткого плеча,
by household
заработать
miners,
моментально
like
продать,
short-term for
заработать
home
продать,
miners.
чтобы окупить
They
электричество.
mine,
И
then sell, and then they have
стратегия
to purchase
длинного
more electricity. And the
плеча — это для
long-term strategy
больших, крупных ферм,
applicable
те,
for all, for
которые
large, massive
добывают и счета свои оплачивают раз в месяц, либо там раз в квартал. Тем более
businesses. So
в
they
некоторых
pay
странах пандемия
once in a
предоставила
quarter.
возможность
In some nations, the pandemic
некоторые
provides
платежи отсрачивать,
opportunities to
так
defer
сказать, сделать
some
оплату
payments.
позже. Вот. В своей презентации, в своем рассказе я не хотел
In
бы
my
опускаться в
presentation,
рекламу, но в
I
настоящий
would like to
момент
avoid
МСК
like
Майнер
straightforward
это
commercials or advertisement, but I have to say that at the
практически
moment,
почти 2
MSK
миллиона
Miner
устройств.
counts
Свыше 1 800 000
around
устройств,
2 billion devices, over
те, которые работают на нашей
1,8
операционной
devices
системе, то есть на
active
нашей прошивке.
on our
Вот. К
OS,
ним мы легко добавляем
on our firmware.
свыше 600 000 устройств,
We can easily add over 600,000
управляемых
devices managed
продуктом
by
HiveOS.
Hive
И к
OS,
ним же
powered by MSK Miner.
мы добавляем свыше 50 тысяч
And we
устройств,
need to add
управляемых
over
продуктом Aura.
50,000 devices
Вот.
managed by
Мы
Aura,
растем,
AURA, powered
постепенно
also by
захватывая
MSK Miner. We gradually
различного рода рынки. Мы
capture
делаем
several
отличный
markets. We
программный
grow.
продукт с нашими
We
прекрасными
came
партнерами.
up with a great software product with our
Вот. И
brilliant
сегодня,
partner. And
как раз
today,
после халвинга,
right after halving,
мы хотим поделиться с
we're
вами своим
proud to share with
опытом,
you our
поскольку
expertise.
мы в этом рынке давно, понимаем сложности и
It's been a long way. We've been
как
in this market for a long time, and we
находить
can
эту
clearly
самую
realize
золотую
all the
середину
difficulties. How
в
do you
профите и во всем
find
остальном.
the best
Наше программное
solution
обеспечение
possible?
Позволяет увеличить эффективность
Our
вашего
software
устройства до
helps to
42%.
boost
Все
your device
необходимые
efficiency up to
пруфы, видео, техническая
42%. With
документация
all
есть
proofs
на
available,
сайте,
we
есть на
have
нашем
all the
канале.
technical documentation
Мы
available on our website,
все можем подтвердить, все можем
and
обосновать.
we can provide
Вот. Экономия на электричестве до
backing documentation to all
22%
these statements. Now, power
в текущих
consumption,
условиях является очень серьезным подспорьем. Это 1/5.
it's
Вот. Я могу
1/5
написать 1/5, но
of the cost.
20% воспринимается,
I
наверное,
could say
более
1/5, but here I say
И потом,
20%, which is the same,
мы
easier to
наше
perceive.
программное обеспечение продлевает срок жизни устройств. Это очень
So
важный
it
элемент,
improves power consumption
когда
by up to
вы имеете
20%, and
некоторые
the
устройства,
device
которые отработали
expected
уже
life
достаточно
is
продолжительное время.
prolonged up to 18
Наше
months.
программное обеспечение
So
позволяет
our firmware
продлить ему жизнь и получить его,
enables you to
в общем-то,
extend your device
следующие
life
варианты
service
value.
time. Apart from
Мы
improving
заинтересованы в том, чтобы майнинг
power
продолжался.
efficiency by 20%,
Это
what is our
наш
interest?
интерес.
We
Мы хотим,
would like
чтобы
to
это
see mining
продолжалось, развивалось,
continuing
и
for
чтобы у всех
everyone,
был
for all.
профит.
We would
Вот.
like
Именно поэтому
everyone
мы
to
занимаемся тем,
operate at a profit.
что
This is
постоянно улучшаем
why we do what we
то
do.
программное
We
обеспечение, те решения,
constantly
которые мы
improve the
предлагаем,
software and the
для того,
solutions we
чтобы
provide.
повысить эффективность,
That is to
вот,
improve
и для того, чтобы
efficiency for
предоставить
miners.
на рынок
Apart from that,
лучшее
our
решение
approach is to
для
provide the best
снижения
solution
энергопотребления.
on the market to reduce
Вот. Мы
electricity
считаем, что это
consumption costs.
наш путь.
Which
Создавать
way to go? We believe our
лучшее
way
программное
is to
обеспечение,
provide the
вот,
best firmware
предоставлять
ever.
большим фирмам технологии полного
Another
управления,
approach is to provide
вот, и разрабатывать
full-fledged farm
различного
hotel
рода
management
компоненты,
cycle
которые
and providing
необходимы
additional
нашим клиентам.
components necessary.
То есть мы всегда открыты для диалога,
We're
приходите с
always
вашими
open to
пожеланиями,
dialogue.
с вопросами, мы все рассмотрим, все добавим. И для многих наших клиентов это абсолютно бесплатно. То есть это очень хорошее качество нашей компании. Для примера, какие решения мы предлагаем прямо сейчас? Всем известное устройство Miner S9K.
And the conditions are very positive. So solutions S9K, 10TH, the power reduction is down to 760 watt. Well, you can use a calculator and easily count for S10. Well, two devices merge, two by S7-9 body-to-body with one power supply, so for a total of 23 terahash. And the power consumption is at 1,540 watt. And you can use a calculator and count your profit. And your farm becomes unbelievably quiet. Well, the fans no longer need that much air to provide efficient cooling. The 17 series, we provide overclocking for up to 60 TH for S17 series, 53 TH up to 86 TH, for the S17 SE up to 80 TH. But it's not, apart from overclocking, our firmware helps to reduce power consumption down to 20%. For this specific make, for this specific model. For S17 Plus, up to 98 TH. But for S17 Plus, if you have the correctly configured power supply unit larger than 4 kilowatts, it can be further improved. So in our test sites, we went up to 120. Other features that we have in our portfolio, they are absolutely critical to the infrastructure, even though they're not clearly visible. We have a device malfunction prevention system that shuts down equipment in the event of chip malfunction, software issues. So the firmware constantly checks all the components and automatically shuts down a device in the event of a failure of any of these components. Of course, today we do require antiviral protection. It's a must nowadays. So we have multiple versions, layers of protection that prevent viral attacks. We came up with a perfectly new material design-based user interface with multi-language support. So we have multiple languages available. So we can provide you with a live demos. It will be available for free. In order to speed up communication with our client, we enabled the report a bug feature. So by reporting a bug, you can create support tickets directly and get in touch with us for further help and assistance. We also have a firm attack detection mechanism against brute force attacks. So measures are being taken to the extent necessary to ensure security at its best. As mentioned earlier, we come up with a partnership program for our partners. Please come and join us and get in touch with us. We will be happy to provide the solutions you require. To conclude, regardless of the fact whether you're going to use the firmware developed by us or not, we highly recommend that you do the following. In order to maintain your profit, in order to keep your system in a good shape, you need to plan ahead for security issues. Always, at all times, it's a must. Always change your device's default password. That's a must. Always change your password. So, several viral attacks are based on capturing users' passwords and device passwords. So, use control units credentials. They should be different. So, all the credentials across your system should be different. On mining devices, on network devices, on control units, they have to have different credentials, login and password sets. Always use monitoring systems that can further improve your performance. Monitoring systems include Zabbix, TG Bots, Aura, HiveOS, and any available solutions. That's really important. Every time, ask yourselves, how much does it cost you to see your business running idle?
Well, I think that's it on my side. Of course, I will be happy to answer your questions. My team and I are always available for any questions. Please contact us. Do not hesitate to do that.
Thank you once again, Anton, for your presentation. You could all see it was made in the written version, it was in English, and the oral version was made in Russian. So don't forget, you can always switch your language, which you are hearing in your headphones or speakers on Russian, English, or Chinese. So there is no problem if someone speaks one of these three languages. So my question from the audience, which I can see on my screen, is how much does it cost to combine two pieces of S9 into one? Let me translate it into Russian so that we could have it a clear answer. Сколько стоит объединение двух штук S9
How
в
much
один?
does it cost to connect two S9ers to one piece?
Okay. Yeah, go on, please.
That's all. You should pay about $3, and after maintain and merge device, install firmware and start mining.
Perfect answer. Very concrete. And I have a personal question from myself, and also some guys are in chat are asking it. As you have mentioned about unbelievably quiet.
Yes.
Yeah. Could you please tell us a little bit more about unbelievably quiet tools, unbelievably quiet products, which you could offer the market, please?
Sure. When you merge two S9 into one body, you should uninstall two fans from rear side. And our firmware uses download technology, and front fans worked maybe about 500, maybe 1,100 RPM per minute, and this is unbelievably quiet.
Wow, that's fascinating, because I remember my first acquaintance with this mining farm of my friend. He has shown me it in his Moscow little apartment in Moscow, and it was loud as hell.
Yep.
My first impression was like, it was summer in Moscow, July, just imagine. And my first question was like, how you even live here? And he said that he's just renting out this apartment in order to mine this. And he had installed there a lot of mining equipment, and it was a huge mess and very, very hot conditions, I might say. So thank you very much, Anton. It was really nice, a little bit spooky because your surname is Dementer. But anyway, now if someone is interested, especially in unbelievably quiet tools, you can address your questions and your inquiries to Anton Dementer. Thanks once again, Anton.
Thanks.
So moving on, and we have another guest and another speaker. His name is Steve Tsu, a Global Chief Executive Officer at RR Mine. He'll speak about the halving issues, if it's a good time to ascend the dimension of your cloud computing power or not. So the RR Mine is a global hash rate management and trading platform that provides users with transparent hash management, hash rate delivery, and hash rate trading based on blockchain technology. Steve, are you here?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good day, everyone.
Nice, that's a spirit. So Steve, do not forget to share your screen in order for us to see your presentation, and please go ahead.
Okay, just 1 second. Bear with me, please.
We're all here, we're all waiting. So
Yes.
just in a few seconds.
Just trying to share first. Okay, can you see my screen now? Can you see my
launching?
PowerPoint?
Yep, perfect. The floor is yours, Steve.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good day. My name is Steve Tsu. He's Global CEO of RR Mine. So today I'm talking about Bitcoin halving. Okay. I'm in Australia at the moment, so it's not in daytime. It's 9 p.m. in Sydney at the moment. And I have worked in sales and marketing in the past years, and live in Australia, in Canada, and officially start mining with RR Mine 3 years ago. So from 2017, RR Mine launched our first project and start running a business for 3 years already until now. And in past 3 years, we already have over 100,000 RR miners join us to start their mining career as well. So what is RR Mine different from other cloud mining company or hash rate company is we're always thinking why the hash rate cannot be an asset, and if it is an asset, why can it not able to buy and sell like a house? So RR Mine start offering a tradable hash rate contract 3 years ago. Okay, so you can actually buy the hash rate like buying a house and sell it, and it's pretty easy. And the that's something special about our platform. So let's talk about Bitcoin halving now. As many speakers already mentioned about halving, because it's a big thing in the mining industry. So first thing I'm talking about is a reset in industry. What's reset in industry? As we all know what happened in May 11, 2020. Few days ago, okay, the third halving has happened. So I'll begin to talk about the Bitcoin halving from the mining business perspective. The reward halving is actually going to squeeze out a slew of miners whose mining rigs are inefficient old generation. That's pretty obvious. And also limit the ability of miners whose has limited ability of risk tolerance, who's still paying the high energy bills. The mining industry is actually facing a big reset. So the business who has poor risk control management still have the old machine, the high bill is actually going to be capitulated. There will be a small number of firms with a trend towards industrialization and platformization can survive. So who is actually doing the plan in advance? Therefore, the mining pools, mining firms, and even the manufacturers include the platform, hashrate platform, are looking for their way to break ground. Now the industry chain is pretty much complete, and a reset in mining industry is pushing the mining business to level up. However, it's our opportunity to prove the hash rate, the deep value of hash rate, and a window opportunity to level up the structure of hash rate industry. Secondly, the chip upgrade. Where does Bitcoin come from? From the energy converting perspective, Bitcoin is actually from the energy, the electricity. It transformed from electricity, which means halving means your power consumption can be doubled. So the demand of hash rate will still increasing. Now the manufacturers like Bitmain, they're still working on the new machine. More powerful chips, more powerful AI mining rigs. So we can tell that a high demand will still continuing for a while. It's not going to stop. Although recently the hash rate has decreased a little bit, but we believe in the future it's gonna come up again. It brings more people to understand the hash rate of Bitcoin price, regardless of Bitcoin price, okay? Because the hash rate has the better value to invest than the Bitcoin. Thirdly, who's gonna benefit from this halving? Halving is actually gonna benefit those well-prepared business, mining firms, or platform. In past 3 years, Armine has fully understand the risk. So we know what's gonna happen, and we always be prepared. Pay attention to it seriously. We have a long-term plan and continue to implement. Like we keep buying the new mining rigs, and we're always looking for a reasonable, cheap energy rate. Moreover, it's also important to scale up. So we never stop buying new mining rigs. We are not satisfied at what we have because we knew there are more and more people, more and more R miners looking for the more hash rate to buy. They want to invest. They want to save their cryptos, their Bitcoins. So it's very important for us to scale up and to globalize as soon as possible. To level up the platform is actually a pretty good timing now as well. We now become a hash rate asset management and trading platform with our unique business model, as what I have mentioned before. The hash rate should be able to buy and sell with its value. So okay, here. So we actually believe the future of hash rate market, and we assist our ARMA miners to handle the risk. Especially most of our customers never heard Bitcoin before. So the hash rate market has shown an apparent cyclical fluctuation. It has its own business cycle, or I'll say the mining cycle. The Bitcoin price, the network difficulty, and mining earnings, they do not respond in the real time. It does not happen in just one finger flick. The response will be delayed and cause those investors, not the miners, those investors buying high and selling low. And it's pretty common. However, just what I mentioned, 90% of RR miners are from traditional market. They have never heard Bitcoin before, or they only know a little bit about it. Now, after we offering them a lot of training session, education, they start to believe Bitcoin is actually a long-term of store value. They start saving their Bitcoins, saving the hash rate asset. You can achieve your Bitcoin saving goal by buying the hash rate contract in RMine. You can buy it very easily and sell it very easily as well. It's more convenient, but lower cost and less risk. Second, it's very important to enhance the hash rate distribution as well. So what have we done to help? We are very optimistic about hash rate market. In past 3 years of steady operation, we continuously accumulate more and more hash rate to meet our customers' demand by playing a dynamic mining cycle effectively. So when the mining rigs are cheaper, we actually buy more. We buy the mining rigs consistently. Therefore, we are able to reward our miners. Since 15th of March this year, before halving happened, our mine have offered our miners extra hash rate to all of them to guarantee our miners are getting higher earnings per terahash, higher than market average, even on the halving day. So what they get, the return they get is actually not decreased 50% because they already get extra before. So they actually get more than the market average. That's how we help our miners to pass the halving easily. And that's still not enough. Our mine continuously construct the hash rate ecosystem and offers derivative product and services surrounding cloud mining industry. So what is it? Our hash rate asset can actually be evaluated already by well-known, reliable agency with credibility in China, by those big firms, accounting firms. That's why we launched the derivative financial service by third party in China as well. It can truly achieve to evaluate the new type of hash rate asset from the traditional perspective and verify the value of hash rate as an asset. And after that, we have launched a lot of different hash rate assets as well. Our mine start to offer the hash rate hedging product to implement the hash rate hedging transaction in a high volatile market. So it doesn't matter, regardless of Bitcoin price up or down, our miners can always make a profit. We help them to deal with the risk, to overcome the market volatility and lower the risk cost. We keep launching more user-friendly products with better risk modeling and multi-dimensional product allocation. You'll bring our mine to level up continuously and promote the hash rate industry to be standardization and regularization. So what's our action? What have we done to achieve what I have said? First is expansion. Because hash rate circulate globally with liquidity, is the trend in the industry now. Armine has established to be a hash rate asset management and trading platform. So we keep boosting our business development and expanding the data centers around the world to form a global distributed supply network. Where are our data centers? It's in China, in USA, in Canada, Russia, and even some European countries. Last year in Frankfurt, Armine's data center has won the most beautiful data center, which is located in Ohio, USA. Furthermore, we have gathered more outstanding management team as well from a lot of well-known companies. And we have a high-tech IT team with over 200 excellent employees located in more than 10 different branches, offices around the world, in Japan, in China, in America, in Australia. This is part of our global strategy, globalization. And also, mention about BHP public chain. Armine brings credibility to the customer, not just by what I said, it's by decentralized hash rate asset management. We now record every hash rate transaction, okay, every transaction on BHP chain. It's visible and immutable, just like all the blockchain technology. It achieves the decentralized distribution method and make it more transparency, so that our miners can actually find their transaction on the BHP chain. This is the first decentralized hash rate asset management on the public chain. It's a challenge to us, to be honest. It's not easy. However, the active trading is still increasing gradually since more and more data record on our BHP public chain. Because hash rate itself is actually decentralized. So platform must be diversified by building on the strengths and enhancing the quality of service as well. The most important thing, I think, is credibility. That's why we launched the credible hash rate contract, include the features like standardization, risk tolerance, liquidity, decentralized, and reliable. So at the last, what Armine think the hash rate is? People think the Bitcoin is digital gold, and we think hash rate is, we believe it is the digital oil. What we have been seeing in the future of hash rate industry is a market do not only rely on the Bitcoin price. Hash rate itself is actually a good asset. It's a new type of energy and able to drive all the smart devices in the future. That's what we think. We believe 2020 is the hash rate year. Armine committed to build the infrastructure of global hash rate asset. Its most innovative core productivity based on digital economic era. We position ourselves to be a decentralized hash rate asset management and trading platform. And we target the market behind the hash rate asset, which is the essential energy in the digital world. They can drive, they can motivate all those robots, robot dogs, a lot of stuff. And Armine and I are able to forecast the trend since we have started this early days, 3-4 years ago. We will put this dream, which was tens of billions of dollars, into action, carefully, but not slowly. We are intention to be an iconic brand in the hash rate world. Thank you. That's my presentation for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. This was Steve Tsou. Really very, very thoughtful things have been just said by the CEO of Armine. Let me just remind you that So we are moving forward. I hope you can hear and see me loud and clear. I see a lot of discussions going on in chat. We have a little time lag, but still, please write plus in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. We need this, guys, in order to keep it going in a fast forward and comfortable manner. Don't hesitate to write this plus signs if you can all hear me, my dear guests, visitors, and the audience in the whole. And we are moving on to our next guest, which is not from Australia. He is from other part of the world. He is from Kiev. His name is Vladimir Dubinin. He is the CEO of Ukrpool. Ukrpool is a cloud mining service, official partner of OKCon, and they provide some of the best mining conditions to the CIS market. So, Vladimir, здоровеньки були, can you hear me? Vladimir, I think we do not have the clear sound. Please, let's try again. Yes, Vladimir. Now we can hear you. Please talk to the microphone if you have one, because the sound of the voice is a little bit low.
Я постараюсь громче говорить, чтобы было слышно.
I'll try to speak up for everyone to hear me pretty well. Thank you. Ukrpool is a pretty recent emerging pool. And as of today, we are miners ourselves. We started off as miners. And we faced a number of problems. And we see a lot of room for improvement. And we clearly realized that new tools were required, new types of firmware, to make sure that the pool is running at its maximum possible efficiency, with all the ASIC units performing to the best of their design capacity and performance. We work with OKCon. The OKCon company, as of today, provides global management tools as well as local ones. So by knowing the credentials, login and password, you can connect to your farm remotely, change the frequencies, change the voltage, any pool settings at your discretion. These are two tools. The OKCon is the global one, the LTK is the local one, the local control tool. How to put it? The S9-6 Pro is our version, the X9 optimization. You can see the frequency in megahertz. Or is it way too small? Can you see the slides? We can see the slides. Yes, thank you. The slides are being displayed. Yes. As the MSK company mentioned, it's around 65, 62 TH instead of 90, 95. So it's a serious difference depending on the condition. These tool sets, they are fully free, so the firmware is open. There is no fee applied, so you can connect from any point of the world and upload the control tools. We're always open, and we will help you out through our support channel, and we'll make sure that your tools are used at their best to ensure the maximum possible efficiency. It takes a single human operator to manage OKK or OKCon 2, 3, and even 4,000 ASIC units. You can fine-tune the necessary parameters such as the temperature, the hash rate, and other features. And this is an efficient control tool. So you can tell which units are defective and require technical maintenance. So the servers are located in Europe. So this has a huge impact on the reject rate, which is at its minimum. If we talk about mining in Europe, this is especially important for miners who join our pool. Now, the firmware themselves, the fee is not applicable, so we are the competition of MSK in this specific condition. So miners should always be able to choose what they care about, what they need at a given point in time. So every dime counts today. Every penny is worthy. So mining is gradually becoming more and more challenging compared to 5 years ago. We provide a different kind of service to our miners. This service is a Binance trading bot. It's pretty well tuned. Over the 3-4 last months, we have come up with this offer to our miners. It has a profit of 4 to 7% per month, depending on how it performs and how it responds to the altcoin currency exchange rates. It's been 2% of profit, but even 2% is better than like simply having your currency idle, doing nothing, not working at your benefit. So this is a mixture between mining and trading at the same time. So far so good, or our customers, clients are happy, the miners are happy, and this is one of the multiple advantages of our system. Apart from that, we have the mining in the cloud mining services. So we sell hash rate packages for a specific period of time. SSH 256, so any miner can purchase capacity to the extent necessary. And capacities are being provided. So the higher the hash rate, the lower the prices are. That would be it on my part, so feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you, Vladimir. Yes, we have questions from the audience, and let's start with the first one. What kind of software solutions are required by the mining market the most?
Инструменты управления и прошивки, чтобы это все было безоплатно.
These are control and firmware features. So miners want the most efficient, the least expensive, and the best solution available. It has been a trend even prior to the halving took place. So our firmware has stood the test of time, and everyone is happy. So please feel free to test out our firmware on a small, limited number of ASIC units, and then you can just try and decide whether you're happy or not. But I'm pretty sure you will love this solution, and you will be willing to keep your mining resource at our facility.
Mining is popular in Ukraine. Could you please enlighten us on the Ukrainian mining market? Can you hear me? Am I online? Vladimir? Could you please tell us more about the Ukrainian mining market? If there are big mining firms? Vladimir, can you hear us? I bet we're facing some technical problems here, but we're already fixing them. trying our best because we have the best team working on this, the Terra Crypto team. So just please remain seated. We're fixing it. Vladimir, are you here?
Huh?
I think there are some some technical issues with the connecting to Vladimir. Way, I personally assure you that we will pass this question regarding the Ukrainian mining market and what's the situation in with the Ukrainian mining farms. We will be asking this to Vladimir additionally, and he will be more than happy to answer these and more questions as all of our speakers in the group chats or even privately. So do not forget to subscribe to the social channels of the companies, to the social channels of Terra Crypto, and you'll be available to ask all your questions directly to the company representatives. So we are moving on. By the way, doing really good with the timing, as I can see. And let's conclude this section with the panel discussion, where we'll be answering the main question is how to remain profitable after halving. If I only received $1 each time I get asked such question, I would buy a yacht. Another one. Okay, joking. So the answers to this popular question will be discussed live by the participants of the second panel discussion of the Terra Crypto 2020 conference. And I pass the floor to our lovely and charming moderator, Jane Hu. Jane, are you here? Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm here now.
Hi, Jane. Jane is, by the way, Jane is the operations director from BTC.com. And she's a wonderful panelist, speaker, and the moderator today on the panel discussion. Jane, please introduce our guests, and the floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you, George. Hey everyone, I'm Jane from BTC.com, the Chief Operation Officer responsible for global marketing and operation. And I just want to say it's really my honor to be the moderator here. So thank you, Terra Crypto. About BTC.com, I think you have heard a lot. We are the top 3 mining pool and also with the top 3 blockchain explorer. We are also working as the professional team to help customers solve the relevant mining issues. Like we can build the mining pool for our customers within 7 days. And we can also offer all the data and API you need in 2 days. We are also a platform where you can get all the resources you need about mining business. So yes, after introduce myself, I think let's focus on this panel. How to stay profitable after halving. We all know the halving has done, and we can see the hash rate dropped a lot, and we can just get 6.25 Bitcoin as the block reward. So it's totally different now. And how can we survive in the next 4 years? I think it's everyone's question. So we are lucky here to have 5 professors to talk with us about this problem. So firstly, let's introduce you guys yourself, okay? Who is first? Anton Demeter, CIO of Miss Miner. Anton, are you here now?
I think there are some some little troubles with the connection, so hopefully we will get through this. So maybe we'll just move on to the next panelist.
Okay. So who is next? Another Anton. Anton Zernok from BioBTC. Anton, hi.
Hi, Jane. Hi, George. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, thank you for your introduction. I will simply introduce myself. My name is Anton. I'm Global Business Director in VIA BTC Group.
Okay. VIA BTC is my friend, also a very great competitor. Okay, the next one. Murad, my dear friend and colleague in Bitmain. Murad.
Yeah, hi. Hello, everyone. Hi, Jane. Nice to see you again. Hi, all. My name is Murad. I'm a business manager of Bitmain and responsible for sales and business development in CIS region with the base in Moscow. So nice to see you all in such a big event, an online conference.
Okay. So the next, Johnny Young, Canon Sales VP. Mr. Young? Where's Mr. Young? Oops.
I think Mr. Yao is still getting online and have some issues fixed. But I think that Anton Dementer is here, by the way, so you can jump once again to him.
Okay. Then move to the next professor, Janice Michael, CEO of EMCD Tech.
Good day. Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
I'm CEO of EMCD Tech. We are based in Moscow, Russia. And thank you for this conference. That's all.
Okay. So how about the other two bosses, Anton and Johnny Yao? Are they ready now?
I think they will be catching up and connecting a little bit later. So let's move on with the panelists, which we already have here. The floor is yours.
Okay, so let's begin. As I said, we can see the hash rate has lost a lot on the network. So it means a lot of miners have been shut down. So what are we gonna do to this old machine? Do we just send them to salvage station, or what we can do to keep them mining profitable? So who can answer the question first? Maybe Murad?
Yeah, sure. So being a minor production company, Bitmain prepared for such a big event as a halving of Bitcoin. And so we can say that our product last series as 17 is also profitable for now. Also, I can say that actually that 19 series are the most prepared equipment for mining for the time being, and the best ratio of power consumption and productivity of this machine allows us to earn money with this rate and with this difficulty. So I can share I want to show that for April situation in the market, not in the market, but in the mining sector, we had about 50-55% of machine in level of S9. So, and for the time being, we can see that S9 is almost minus, and for machine with 80 or 85 joule terahash will be 0 or minus. We calculate on base hosting price 0.035 because now in China the most cheapest price for hosting this period, and we have such kind of calculation that after halving 19 series will be the most profitable machine, and we have already announced it in the market before halving our new machine, and now we have already sold out even for May, June, and July actually, and now in the market we offered 17 series and also 19 series for August batch. So we have two models of Antminer S19 Pro and the Antminer S19 with 110 terahash productivity and with 95 terahash of productivity. So for the time being, this machine is the most profitable machine in the market and for mining business as well.
Okay, so what do you think, Anton?
Well, I think that Antminer S9 can still bring a little bit profit. So for example, if you play around with the price of electricity on some websites where you can make some calculations, you can find out that, for example, at a price of 3 cents per kilowatt, those ASICs of this generation, they can still bring a little bit profit, maybe about $0.3 for 1 day. And if you buy it for example, for $65 for one Antminer, the payback time will be about 260 days. So it's less than 1 year. I also want to say that we have a lot of clients in Malaysia who have a very cheap electricity or even some free electricity. So that's why Antminer's S9 are still running. I'm just speaking from the side of Opel.
George, you see this? Can you let them to? Okay.
Yeah. I see this. I have some thing from the MSK Miner, from Anton from MSK Miner. He wants something to add. Anton from MSK Miner, what do you want to add? Or I think he's not hearing me, maybe some other issues. Okay, just go ahead, because I just have seen in the chat that he has something to add, but unfortunately nothing goes on. So basically, sorry for interruption, please go ahead.
Здравствуйте, Сергей. Меня зовут не Антон.
Hello,
Мы
I'm
немного
Sergey,
поменялись.
not
Я
Anton. We have
технический директор
switched places.
MSK
I'm the
Miner.
technical director of MSK Miner right now.
Okay, he's here.
What do you think about the issues which have been talked above?
Добрый день.
Hello, everyone. Good
К
afternoon.
сожалению, буду на русском.
I'm sorry, I will have
S9
to
еще
talk
имеет
in
некоторый
Russian.
потенциал,
The
как мы уже
S9
говорили в
still
своей
has some
презентации,
potential in the
к
market,
улучшению энергоэффективности, но
especially
многие
in terms
фермы
of
сейчас
power efficiency,
переезжают
but many farms are now switching
туда, где электричество более дешевое.
to places with a cheaper electricity.
например, в Абхазию,
For example, they're
в
moving to
республики
Abkhazia.
бывшего
They are
СССР.
moving to former Soviet republics.
Также я знаю, что, например, в Иран отправилась
I know as well
большая
that
крупная
a
ферма.
large farm has recently moved to
Также
Iran.
мы стараемся с помощью наших прошивок улучшить энергоэффективность
We try
и на других
developing new
майнерах.
firmwares to
Например,
improve the
S17,
power efficiency
вся 17
for
серия,
other
17
models,
и
for
17
example,
плюс.
the S17,
Там, где электричество, например, 5-6
for those places
центов
where you
стоит,
can find electricity at
энергоэффективность
costs
даже
of
новых
5
серий
to
имеет
6
очень большое
cents.
значение в
The
доходности.
power efficiency is of huge importance there, even for newer models.
Меня не слышно.
I'm not sure. Can everybody of you hear me?
Yes.
Brief comments. Sergey, by the way, there is no such country as Abkhazia. It's Georgia. So we move next to the next speaker, please. Ms. Hu.
Okay. I mean, Anton has done, right? But I want to ask you, Janice. I mean, I think you may have, some suggestions about the older machines because you are the professionals in reducing the costs, right? Janice, can you hear me?
Yeah. So after halving, we hadn't lost the power as like a spool because so much more of S9 machines staying in the low electricity in Russia and in Abkhazia and Kazakhstan too, and more people use low-cost electricity. I think we need we need to change equipment to better, to newest, because I don't think that hash rate will fall down. I think hash rate will rising.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. We talk about the firmware which we can use to adjust the frequency or the hash rate, and also we try to find low price electricity, and try to reduce the cost of building the farms and facilities. I think all these things can make our old machines still work well. Okay, then the next question: how to mine with maximum profit? This is kind of a big question because it contains so many things, like mining pool. I mean, BTC.com, we just provide a new function like the smart pool, which make users can always choose the most profitable coin to mine and to guarantee their income. So what do you guys suggest the customers do? Because you guys from all kind of different areas in the mining industry. So who's gonna first?
I think that Lena will provide us some information as she is replacing Mr. Yao. Lena is from Avalon Miner, Canaan company. So Lena, maybe you would answer this question. Are you here?
I'm here.
Yeah.
You should just wait a bit.
Yeah, we can hear you and see you now.
Okay, there is some kind of misunderstanding, but at least we tried. Just last time, something to add, Lena? We can hear and see you. Don't be shy. Are you here?
Да, я здесь.
Oh, yes, I'm here. I can hear you.
Потому что наши менеджер сейчас не
I'm here because our manager is not available at the moment, so I'm happy to help you with the questions. I hope I can answer that.
You can speak in Chinese. We have interpreters. There's no problem with that.
首先是挖矿模式的选择。就目前的挖矿模式呢，主要是有2类，一类是传统的买矿机进行挖矿，另一类呢是直接购买算力来进行挖矿。这2类方式呢，有利也有弊。
There are 2 types of mining. And there are 2 sides with that, a positive one, and of course there is a downside. Well, obviously you can modernize, optimize older models, or you can switch to newer ones. It depends on your experience. And of course, you'll have to think about the production cost, building costs of infrastructure. Another factor is your loyalty towards a certain platform or type of infrastructure. There are various directions where you can go. One is that you can improve your computing capacities. The other one is reducing production costs. For example, you can choose the most optimal, the most efficient farm or the most efficient model of hardware, or you might go to a different region where a better policy is offered, like in Sichuan. We are expecting that the power price will decrease during the rainy season. So there are many factors that have to be pursued. And of course, the risk mitigation. Different regions bear different risks. This is why we really do hope that miners will still have a choice, that the miners will still be able to choose between different investment strategies, all factors, all things considered, of course.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hu, please go ahead.
Okay, so this is from Canon, and then maybe Marat?
Yeah,
Say
sure.
something about it.
So just to remind, question was how to get more from mining after halving, right?
Yeah.
So just one of the main point that to decrease operational cost and get the less price for hosting if it's possible. And as our colleague from MCK Miner said, that now we can follow a lot of migration of our mining farms from especially from Europe to the regions where they can get the more cheaper price for hosting. And on behalf of team of CIS region, I can say that the most popular area now is Russia and Kazakhstan for the time being. And this is the first point. And the second point, of course, to have maximum powerful machine for mining. And this is the main point to get more profitable from mining and less, spend less expenses for operation this machine. And of course, the one of the main point to have good tools to operate the mining farm, and of course have a good mining pool, and to have more profit from mining and from pools as well.
Okay, so as Marat talking about the mining pool, so what's your suggestion, Anton from BioBTC? I really want to see what you guys are gonna do.
Well, first of all, we also have a smart mining pool option right now, same as BTC.com. I think. Yeah, thank you for reminding on this. Very probably a lot of people want to hear something about mining pool fee discount. Yeah, but I think that most of the pools they already have it, so it doesn't make difference. So mining pools have to seek for some new ways to how to increase miners' profit. First of all, yes, the smart mining option, which means that mining pool helps miners to analyze the price difference between few coins, then auto switch your devices to the most profitable coin at a particular period of time. And then when you mine those coins are also auto exchanged into Bitcoin on the mining pool. We already have such an option. The next point is to create more mining pool servers in different regions, because we have a lot of clients in Iran, in Malaysia, and in other regions for all over the world. And some of them, they give us a feedback that when they connect to our Chinese servers, some shares from their devices just can't reach the mining pool. So the point is to create more servers so their shares won't be lost and they could get more profit. Okay, so another one is, I think it's adding more coins on the mining pool. Yeah, we also have some feedbacks on this matter. So I think we should add some coins maybe next month in future. And merged mining, which is also a good point for mining pools and for miners as well. And we had a question about 2 hours before. One user was asking about, will the merged mining coins be auto-exchanged in Bitcoin on the VBTC mining pool? We say yes, and I think it will be available maybe next week or within 2 weeks. So that's what we can do from the point of a mining pool. I also think that EMCD team here, they also have some good solutions.
Okay, thank you. I learned a lot. And so maybe Anton from Miss Miner talking about this topic, how to make maximum profit. Anton, are you still here? I think he's here, but he just...
Да, здравствуйте, Сергей.
Okay.
Да, конечно. Я Сергей.
Yes, of course. My name is Sergey, actually.
Только по-русски буду.
I will speak Russian only.
Да. Также очень важно для крупных, особенно ферм, следить за качеством как оборудования, так и важно в этом смысле система мониторинга и управления ASIC-ами. С учетом того, что последние серии 17 Bitmain, к сожалению, не отличаются высоким качеством, майнерам приходится очень сильно прилагать усилия к тому, чтобы лучше мониторить ASIC 17 серии для того, чтобы они не перегревались. Эти нюансы мы также учли в наших новых прошивках, сделали защиту от перегрева. Автоматически снижаются профили, и если какие-то чипы у нас начинают...
We have a special overheating protection, so should some chips be malfunctioning, we're able to disconnect them from mining. And that ensures stable operation. So this saves you the necessity to repair sensitive, expensive circuits. And this is a great solution to make sure you do not run into critical malfunctions due to overheating. There is another protection layer, antiviral and anti-attack protection, which is built into our firmware of miners. So this way, our miners are safer from such attacks that lead to miners being exploited by attackers. As announced earlier, our Avalon, Whatsmaya, and BTC.com will adopt our firmware. All the features will be made available there as well. Through these new features, miners are able to reduce their costs, improve the energy efficiency of mining. So this improves their income, or at least keeps it stable, with the halving taking place. And the complexity being reduced, this leads to changes in the structure of miners. Some old miners are being resold or transferred into other locations. And the S19 series new miners, and a lot of our hopes are pinned on this series, are already in stock, available in necessary quantities. So hopefully we'll see a new record-breaking hash rate record in the upcoming 3 to 4 months. So I refer to a hash rate record. So we expect this to be beaten in some 3 to 4 months from now. That would be it on my part.
Okay, so Jealous.
Yeah, Jealous is my name is Michael. Okay, Jealous is last name. Я тоже поговорю на русском. Okay.
I'll be speaking in Russian as well, right? So here we are. We want to help miners improve their income. What needs to be done? Unfortunately, no one can think of an innovative new technology. So vendors and suppliers, they can compete in terms of cost, like the entry cost per chip and the output price tag of the equipment. This is the competition area. And all this feud, all this war doesn't lead to anything good. So we have this negative impact in the market. What can we do on our side for miners to be able to earn more? The purpose is to raise the value of the Bitcoin. How to do that? That's a completely different question. Yes, indeed. It takes joint effort. We need to sit down together and think of ways to ensure appreciation of the Bitcoin. So we see less miners active, and they will mine less cryptocurrency, but when converted into fiat currencies, the value will be higher. I mentioned multiple times the 75 to 25 ratio, or rule, as we call it. I will share this with you again. So we have 100% of money, right? So 75% buys us new pieces of equipment, and the rest, 25% of money, buy us electricity. So we do some hedging this way. So we pay for electricity in advance. So in this way, we're able to sell Bitcoins at the price we are interested in. So normally miners do this differently. So with the 100% of money, they purchase equipment, and then again, they pay for electricity with the Bitcoin mined. This is another approach, but this is not absolutely right. So you do need to do some maths, right? So it's a high-tech business, so you do need some math calculations even for electricity, right? So my piece of advice to miners: plan your electricity expenditure ahead. So do not put all of your investment to the purchase of equipment. So you will be able to purchase higher-end equipment, and then in the end run at a higher profit. So remember this 75 to 25 rule. I would like to address all pool owners, all community members, cryptocurrency enthusiasts. We need to sit down together to think of ways to ensure mass adoption. I agree. I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We talk about a lot of things like the mining pool tech solution, like the new machines, and also use firmware to let our machines run much better, to reduce the cost and to invest your money efficiently. All these kind of things. And then my third question is about us, because until now we are talking about what we can do as the miners, or we're just offering the suggestions for our customers, but we are also the representative for our companies. So how the companies can survive after the halving? As we can see, the competition is more and more fierce now. So tell me something. Who is first? Michael, maybe you could be the first. As you just mentioned it.
Okay. Guys, don't be shy.
So, yeah. Okay. Не надо бежать.
So we don't have to rush, right? There is no rush. It's all fine. We don't have to dash into a specific direction, right? It's all fine. So the market has a cyclical nature. It will keep moving at all times. I believe if we follow the Elliott's waves, we are at the first stage of a new growth wave. So, and not everyone realizes that we are at the beginning of a new Bitcoin growth way. So there is no need to rush, right? We need to accept reality the way it is, and let's do our best to interact at our best with the market, with our clients, between ourselves. And I believe that the mass adoption would be inevitable through this process. That's my point.
Okay, thank you for sharing your opinion. We're talking right now about mass adoption. So basically, let me also add something from my side. We at cryptoprocessing.com, we are for mass adoption, and we're actually providing the services for businesses internationally, which means that we allow any business to accept crypto payments and to broaden their audience, their clientele, and to stimulate actually this new flow of cryptocurrencies into their businesses, through their businesses, to the economy in the whole. So basically, from our side, from cryptoprocessing.com side, which I'm working at right now, we think that this is a little step, maybe for our crypto community, but a big step for the economy in the whole. So we strongly believe that if the communities, if society, if countries, nations, businesses, corporations, banks, if any of the above mentioned economy users and players will be open for crypto, they will be automatically open for growth. So this is our opinion in cryptoprocessing.com. Hopefully we also get, we're on the same page with our mining community, and as being a locomotive of all these crypto services provided by many other companies, crypto companies, blockchain-based companies. I want to thank all our panelists. Maybe something else to say, someone wants to add something?
Regarding last question of Jane?
Yes, yes, of course. Or concluding
Yeah,
the whole.
sure. So company Bitmain, being a manufacturer of mining machines, so I believe that the best way for such kind of manufacturers is to search and develop of a new machine and the new generation, and the main point that to find the best ratio of power consumption and productivity. So in this case, I guess such kind of manufacturer companies can survive on our days.
Okay, anyone else? If you don't want to talk about your company, I'll go to the last question.
Yes,
Okay.
please do.
Okay, so the last question is,
Да,
I
могу
think,
я сказать?
Okay, I think there's someone still wants to say something, or maybe it's just
Okay.
some white noise. I think that Sergey from MSK Miner. Sergey, maybe briefly, want something to add?
Да, я могу просто сказать на нашем
Answer.
примере.
Yes, I can take our example. All right, we mine ourselves and we manage our clients' farms as external managing company. Over the last 6 months, we've done the following. Let me tell you. First, we did our best to optimize all expenditures. Starting from electricity costs, we did our best to optimize electricity costs by moving to new locations with better conditions. Or in some locations, we did some kind of optimization this way. We did our best to improve our electricity purchasing contracts to enjoy better wholesale tariffs with wholesale discounts applied. And at some locations, they now operate at part-time. So by keeping the equipment shut down by 30% over 24 hours, this helps reduce our costs. So we either would shut down the equipment at energy consumption peaks or simply enable a power consumption mode. Our firmware has a profile switching system. So lower-end machines have a lower efficiency compared to modern piece of equipment. We also made an attempt to optimize running costs for our own farms and those of our clients. This is an attempt to introduce automation system, control and monitoring, automated systems. At the moment, we've been testing out various monitoring systems, including HyperOS and other controlling and monitoring systems. So we believe probably one day we should develop a version of our own. So automation systems help to reduce personnel-related maintenance costs. The larger your farm, the higher the efficiency with that automated system. So we bring multiple facilities onto a single location, and with larger volumes, we enjoy better financial conditions. This is something I wanted to share with you, and as George pointed out quite matter-of-factly, so cryptocurrency does play an important role to the whole economy. So the wider the adoption of cryptocurrencies, along with fiat currencies, the larger the turnover, and potentially the exchange rate will be higher and more stable. So this in turn will grasp the attention of investors, and miners will see a higher income, not from a block income, but rather the transaction-related income.
Kind opinion, and let's move on to the closing section of this panel. So what's the final questions that you had?
Okay, it's an easy one. How do you think about the future of crypto mining? Guys, just talk about it one by one, okay?
Yeah, we have like one, maximum two people who will be able to answer this question. Any volunteers? Your thoughts on future? Yes, please. Yes, the floor is yours. Please, Anton.
I think that mining is alive and will live for a long time.
That was quite short, like Chekhov used to say, and so basically, thank you for your opinion. It's really a bright and good slogan for concluding this panel. If there are any other people, any other participants and speakers, maybe we shall conclude. What do you think?
I want to share with my opinion that mining and the cryptocurrency, I guess that anyway will improve because we can see now that year by year we follow that all our activity becomes proof by legal in a lot of countries. And this is the main point that we can say that the future is great.
Marvelous. Thank you all, dear panelists, for your opinions. And me personally, I want Jane to hear your opinion actually on this final question. Please, what do you think? What's the future of mining?
A slogan. It'll be better and better. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. I like the spirit. I want to thank all of you. It was a really fruitful discussion, and I really like how we concluded it. So thank you all. Jane, thank you personally for being here as a moderator. And hopefully we will meet again offline, maybe somewhere in Georgia or Russia. Why not? So let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move on to our finalizing section. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Спасибо.
Thank you, and spasiba. So we're moving to our final section, the third section, where we'll be talking about the reinvestment of mine assets. What are the options, the profitability issue, and of course the risks. These are the main things which we all used to struggle, especially after halving. So, as I've already said, mining is a locomotive, is an engine of the industry. On the one hand, mining companies are accelerating progress by developing solutions to improve and optimize cryptocurrency mining. And on the other hand, there are processing companies such as cryptoprocessing.com, which connect people with cryptocurrencies, help to take advantage of new opportunities, both for businesses and them personally, for users. So this logically brings us to the topic of the third, final section of today's Terra Crypto 2020 conference. Let's discuss the options, profitability, and risks which real professionals will share right now, right away, in this upcoming final section. So we have here next speaker. His name is Henry Chen. He's founder of Massfence, and he'll be talking about proof of capacity, fair mining with HDD. So, Henry, can you hear me? Henry, please make some noise for Henry, because I don't think that he is hearing. Maybe he's not hearing me. Maybe he would hear someone from the audience. Waiting for Henry to connect. So basically, we are moving really fast, and really the timing is awesome. So those who will be watching the record of this conference, I really am envious, because you will get the utmost of it, because we're really moving forward and nice with our timing. So, waiting for the next guests. I'm communicating to our organizers. Still cannot find our next guest in our Zoom meeting chat. So basically, hopefully, he'll be connecting right away. Just give us a few moments. Are you here? Can you please put on the mic, switch on the mic? Henry? Henry, can you hear me? Please switch on the mic. Perfect. Yeah, now we can hear you. Yeah, awesome. So, yeah, and even see you. Hi, Henry.
Hello.
So please do not forget to switch on the share screen button so that everybody could see your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, so, okay, let me share the screenshot. Hello guys, this is Henry from MathFans. I'm the founder of the MathFans, and happy to have this opportunity to share something for you guys. Oh, okay. As a believer in blockchain, there's a highly potential to be validators. Proof of works, believers like to participate in a project more deeply. Mining is a good choice, right? So we can see many of the leaders in this industry are mining. And we also can see that many major exchanges also involved in mining already, right? But also because the internet and interest and power to become a miner is very high. The thresholds for being a miner has also increased. And to enter a permissionless chain is not easy anymore. It's really hard to be a miner, right? For even especially in BTC, right? Okay, so yeah. So so what make this happen? I think it's ASIC miners. To be honest, after the ASIC miner appear on the market, everyone liked this idea very much, right? Because ASIC represent the security boundary of the blockchain. When the blockchain has more and more ASICs, which means that the consensus of this chain is super strong. But when you are an ASIC miner, you will encounter some problems. For example, the mining machine you bought may not keep up with the latest mining machine at 1 year. The new ASIC will dominate, right? Everybody knows that. Every time a better mining machine comes out, it means that the old machine is facing possible elimination. So also the cost of the R&D of ASIC is super expensive, and it may even fail. Your money can be lost, right? So after re-entering the 7-nanometer process, only large mining companies can afford the chips. By the way, the yield is also limited. So we will ask a question. Is it still the permissionless chain that we're talking about? Yes, and in the 2014, we are just in the first hard drive. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, in 2014, we ensured the first hard disk mining project. That is Burst, right? Burst hopes to solve the problems for letting permissionless chain can more equally, including energy consumption problems and the threshold to become a verification node. It's just a pity that Burst has some bug issue in the end. And yeah, we said this again, the gap of the price of the hard drive 3 years ago and the price of the current hard drive, there's maybe 40%, not the price gap, but there's a huge difference between the ASIC 3 years ago and the current ASIC mining machine. So, if you have the S9 miners, yeah, it's not worth it now, right? So that is the reason we are here talking about the hard disk mining. Okay, so let's talk about the mass, right? Mass consensus has proposed a new algorithm for proof of capacity. The verified answer is passed through the SHA-256 algorithm twice and stored in the hard disk. And also, so the hard disk is storage the hash, not the data. Okay. In the future, the hard disk only need to perform search action every time a block is generated. It's not computation. You just put the hash into your storage space. So the action is the search. So which really can save more power and relatively fair. So by the way, it is much more difficult to cheat than other POC algorithms. Mass not only overcomes the vulnerabilities of other POC algorithms in the past, but also a very rare project that has no pre-mining, no foundation, and no fundraising. It depends on the support of the community. Just like me. I'm completely community volunteers. Yeah, the potential of the Mass is not just a POC projects. Mass also has other very interesting features. For example, all future blockchain, if you use Mass consensus, if you use this algorithm, right, you can enjoy the support of all MassNet miners. Due to efficiency of the disk scanning is very high, so the ecosystem development of the Mass can be vertical, just like layer 1 and layer 2, and the horizontal. Every blockchain can use Mass consensus to acquire more hash powers to make the blockchain pretty safe, something. Okay, so the algorithm researcher is Ren Lin. Dr. Ren Lin is from MIT. When he published the proof of capacity paper in 2017, the Mass core team also adopted many researchers by Dr. Ren Lin on cryptography. Okay, so this is the last PowerPoint, right? In April 2019, the MassNet was completely open source. Yeah, last April, right? And the mainnet was launched in September 2019, but it was not get too much attention by the community until this year, March. It reflects how difficult to grow a project when you don't have the fundraising. I realized the projects maybe this month, maybe this year's February. Okay, so it's very hard to grow a project. Yeah, right. If you don't have the fundraising, so because of this, the existing mass community is very strong because it's real community. No one get money. Like me, no one promotion this projects and he gets some money. No one. So everybody cares about the projects. Currently, the mass miners community is the strongest, such as H-Pool, Y-Pool, Hello Pool, and Master Cave. They all contributing their own power on the ecosystem of mass. Yeah, so just sharing. The payback cycle of the latest Bitcoin mining machine is about 2 years. The super new machine, yeah, but the cycle is so long, 2 years. So there's no large scale institution doing backup. If there's no super big institution doing backup, it's really difficult to build mining farm currently, right? So there's no explosion revenue in the current ASIC mining industry. So I just sharing, but now you can use any of your free hard disk for participate in mass mining. The mining revenue so far has been pretty good. Okay, so yeah, I think you can see the potential at the hash power is growth every day by day. So the ecosystem of the mass has just begun. Mass use the hard disk space instead of the ASIC computation. So we call them green, right? So it is a fair and zero premise project. Whatever, mass community is always welcome everyone. So yeah, please join us if you wanna realize more about mass. Okay, so hey, do I have the?
Yeah, I think we can see the presentation. There's yeah, everything was okay, but you have muted yourself a bit, but still, thank you, Henry. Yeah, hopefully we will have something done with our connection. And
Terra Crypto for having me today. Yeah, so wish everything's okay today. Bye-bye.
Cheers, and thank you for joining us on this wonderful event. Let me thank all our speakers, by the way, because really the speakers have enlightened us on a lot of things which have been done in the industry. And also I want to separately thank our sponsors because they've made everything come true. Once again, Ukrpool, an official partner of OKCon. They provide some of the best mining conditions to the CIS market. CryptoProcessing.com, the #1 cryptocurrency payment solution in iGaming industry. 2% of all Bitcoin payments are processed by the company's services daily. Then next, RRMine, the Hashrates global asset management platform that provides renewable cloud mining and trading contracts in one market. BTC.com, which offers a digital wallet, mining pool, and API, helps users make the most of digital currencies by providing secure online tools. Of course, Minebest, a technology company that specializes in hosting services and blockchain solutions for its customers. And finally, Via BTC, the world Bitcoin mining pool that provides professional and stable mining services with very low fees. Once again, thank you, dear guests of this online conference. Thank you, dear sponsors. And we have the last guest right now connecting to us. He is a very scandalous, fascinating person, I must say, because he is very known in Russia. And I personally, I'm his subscriber. I really like the YouTube show that he's giving to his audience. He has almost 1 million of subscribers in the whole. And let me introduce to our final speaker, which is, I think our Russian audience has already guessed his name. He is Ruslan Sokolovsky, of course, the founder of Prometheus and BitJournal. He will be talking about the mining and how to make the world a better place. He will also talk about the decentralization of different types of mining and their prospects in building a counter-economy. I'm just also reminding you that Prometheus and BitJournal, they are Russian language cryptocurrency publications. So you can contact after this conference with Ruslan and speak about being published there or something like this. And of course, once again, it's a popular science pop cryptocurrency video blogger. He gained the greatest fame in connection with the lawsuit that began in 2016 under several criminal articles. And now he's free. He is one of the first video bloggers, mass video bloggers, who has touched upon the cryptocurrency topic and using cryptocurrencies as actually the motor, the locomotive, the engine of the economic revolution. So, Ruslan, are you here with us? Please put your mic on. Can you hear me? Okay, so we're still waiting for Ruslan. While we are waiting, you can just Google Ruslan Sokolovsky in your separate web browser and just see how popular he is in the Russian community. He has also not only YouTube channel, but also his Vkontakte page, Twitch, and some other social media. I would say that he's one of the influencers of the younger generation, which actually is even more into cryptocurrencies than we are. Because each time when I'm asking someone who is more than 40 years old, well, they are like more or less maybe have heard something about Bitcoin or Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. But if you ask someone who is younger than 30, then of course they are more into TikTok, YouTube, and cryptocurrencies. So basically, as a representative of the younger generation, Ruslan will tell us about how we could actually make the world a better place using cryptocurrencies, using mining, using all the industry which blockchain has brought to us. While we are waiting for him, let me once again tell what fruitful and wonderful discussions we already had, and a few speakers which I would like to speak about once again. Sorry for this speaking and speakers, but still, I think that's one of the most thoughtful things that has been said here are, of course, there were a lot of things, but one of the most interesting things from like a business case was when we were talking about this 75 to 25% economic model when someone's mining. And as our guests, our panelists said, that it's better to keep in mind the one interesting detail, to pay for the electricity before in fiat and not after with Bitcoin, because of course their economic models, there is a kind of a volatility, as they say, with cryptocurrencies, as we know. Although here I could cite Tim Draper, who said that the price of one Bitcoin never changed. It has always remained the same. It's 1 Bitcoin. So basically, I don't know if you're agreeing on this or not. You can write me in our YouTube, in our Telegram, in any channels of Terra Crypto. You can see and hear. Hopefully, Ruslan will be joining us very, very soon. And summing up everything that has been said, once again, I'd like to thank our organizers, the Terra Crypto conference organizers, because it has been a really wonderful work done by them, done by the team of interpreters, done by the technical team, done by all the participants, panelists, speakers. So basically, all this tremendous, hardest work was done in order for you to see, to hear, to learn more about what are actually the current events which are going in the blockchain sphere, in cryptocurrency industry, and of course in mining, especially after this May's halving. By the way, as an ex-CBDO of currency.com, I would also say that, and also a trader, I would say that still this halving thing, yeah, it really helped to skyrocket the price of Bitcoin. Of course, we are expecting as traders and as users and as a cryptocurrency enthusiasts that Bitcoin's price shall really skyrocket till 20, 30, or even $100,000 per Bitcoin. But still, I don't think that these are only dreams, because as you remember, in early 2010, Bitcoin wasn't even worth $10. So basically, thanks again to all the team, all the crew, all the speakers that have been here. And let me connect to one of the main figures of this organization team, who is Nikita, of course. Nikita Vassev is the founder of Terra Crypto. He is also co-founder in several different projects. He is the young and passionate enthusiast in both in business general and especially in crypto business, and he is the most famous organizer of the mining events in the world. At least I know, if you talk about the organization of a mining event, the first person which comes to my head is Nikita. Nikita, are you here? Nikita. Yeah, I bet there are still some issues with them with our connection. The lines are overloaded. We are waiting for Elon Musk to provide us free and fast internet. Elon, please help us in this current matter, because we really lack of a good, fast and reliable connection. Maybe your satellites will be the next solution of the 2020 and the best piece of news that we had in 2020, at least for now. So, waiting for the last speakers, or maybe the organizers. So, I hope that you are not with me telling you some stories and some general facts. Nikita, you're here?
Hi, Georgi.
Cool, yeah, that's the spirit, that's the man. Nikita, how are you doing?
My MacBook finished it.
Yeah, Nikita's MacBook is dead. But anyway, Nikita, I was just thanking you, thanking the organizers, thanking the platform which you organized, thanking the interpreters team who are still working and interpreting to 2 different languages. And please tell us, well, your impression. What is actually maybe something you planned, maybe something you didn't you couldn't do here, but well, just your impression of this meeting, of this Terra Crypto Conference 2020.
Okay, my speech Russian, okay? No problem, Georgi. Я безумно рад, что у нас получилось
I'm
сделать
so
эту
excited.
увлекательную
We made
конференцию.
this
И
possible.
главная
We made
цель
this conference
осветить
so
конференцию на
engaging.
3 языках
And
и сделать доступным
our
знания
attempt
как
was to make
для
this conference available in 3
российского
languages,
комьюнити,
to
так и для китайского. И тем самым мы
make sure this
объединили
message goes
и сделали
across to
некий
all the
мост
audiences
между
speaking Russian, English, and
Азией и
Chinese. This is
СНГ.
like a bridge
Вот, я
connecting
считаю, это
Asia
безусловно важно.
and
Вот.
European countries in Russia.
Также в наших
This
планах
is incredibly
входит
important. Our
продолжать
plans,
развивать
apart from
индустрию
that,
майнинга
include further
совместно
development
с
of the
твоими
mining
усилиями,
industry,
потому что мы знаем,
jointly
что ты
with
профессионал
our
своего
clients,
дела
and we
и
know
всегда можешь
the
помочь
professionals,
комьюнити
and we
и компаниям
always able
выходить
to help
на российские
companies
рынки, азиатские, европейские и так далее. Вот. Мы
embark on
благодарим
Asian
всех спонсоров
markets.
и надеемся, что все доклады спикеров были полезны.
I'd like to thank the sponsors again, and I hope you liked all the presentations. I really do hope that you liked everything you heard here. We will be publishing the recording of this conference in each of the 3 languages for each of the different platforms we are broadcasting.
We will make all
This means
presentations
that you will
available,
be able
so
to
you
catch
will
up on this
receive a
conference a bit
copy of the
later.
presentations
That's the only thing I
available.
wanted to say.
From one of the organizers. Thank you very much, Nikita. God bless, and you are absolutely right. I think that all the community members, all the speakers, all the audience, and all the visitors of this wonderful event will continue on not only using but also agitating and promoting the cryptocurrency as not only an idea but also a useful tool in their everyday life. So, concluding all this, thank you very much for watching all this. We all hope that enlightening, useful, maybe even a little bit entertaining. And well, as we say in cryptoprocessing.com, if you are open to crypto, you're open for growth. Thank you once again, and have a nice day, everyone. Cheers and bye-bye.
Thank you, George. It's awesome. Yeah, it's an awesome conference. Thank you, George.